And here we go. It's the final round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Unfortunately, all championships are decided, but in the end, it's the final round of 3 hours here at the Lego Technic 3-hour race, and we are very much looking forward to a full grid of SP9, SP10, Cup 2 and SP3T, and also conditions in already running qualifying are very much perfect. We have about 30 minutes until we go into the race. So that's the view to onto the Grand Prix circuit, and as we have at the moment the qualifying running of the different classes, we will have a look to the conditions. It's about the same, a little less temperature on the track than we had last time. It's 80 degrees centigrade outside, 22 in on the track, and mostly cloudy. Last time we had sunshine all over, and that's why temperatures are a little lower this time. As I said, it's the Lego Technic 3-hour race, and also they have a team, and the two drivers with Mac Beckham and Dane Warren, but we will have a look onto the cars. They look very much interesting, and also onto the drivers in their class here at the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship presented by Goodyear. Before we head into this final round, we will have a look into the last round as well, because it was very much exciting. It was the championship decider, the fourth round of the championship, and that's the champions. Laurin Heinrich and Rainer Talver from BS Competition, they are secure, or they have secured the championship in the last race, and so this time it's all up to the final victory of the championship, or here in the race, and they are going into qualifying now. So that's their first lap in qualifying, as the qualifying just has started. And what we have is, as I said, a fully packed field of 52 cars. It's 19 cars in SP9, 13 in Cup 2, 13 in SP10, and 7 cars in SP3T. But as championships are decided, the Deutsche Payment Championship is not decided yet, because there's a special championship for the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship, and Usher Racing is leading that by 21 points, and the Team RSO 397 is in second with 15 points behind. But they are still, it's a tiny chance, but there's still 6 points to gain, and yeah, so we will have a look into that as well, while we have a look into Team BMW Bank. Team BMW Bank is second in the championship in SP9, and running a little bit through the field, Haupt Racing Team Bildstein with Nico Bastian this time behind the wheel, sharing the car with Danny Chiusa for HRT Team Bildstein. And the special colors here, number 4 Mercedes AMG GT3. The Mercedes AMG, they were running quite well in the last round, as Manfilter Team HGP Winward secured second position. And we are very much looking forward to this race and to see another strong performance of the Falterbach crews. If they can compete against the Munich crews in their BMW M4 GT3, as most of you know, the M4 GT3 is not on the rear track at the moment, but I just had a chat with Martin Tomczyk. He's one of the development drivers of the new car for BMW, and they are running currently on the track. So what we have here since a couple of months, a couple of weeks already on the track, so the new car, they just started in real life with the car on the track. So it's a little bit different as we are used to it, while we see still the number 4 car of Haupt or Racing Team Bilstein. And at the moment, it's Dennis User himself. It's team manager and driver behind the steering wheel through so-called Mutkurve, going into area called Steilstrecke here. Goes up the hill. Last time he had quite a nice fight while lapping different cars and also defending in the SP9 class, exactly at this area. And now going to the highest point of the track, Hohe Acht, so called. Around 8 minutes. That's the lap time for the SP9 cars. While we have Schnitzelalm Racing, number 11. And they are running with a new driver, and it's a Mercedes-AMG factory driver, Dani Kadea. So he is running in the car here together with Jamo Hertling, as they are running out of drivers. And so they ask if they can have Dani Kadea as also one of the Mercedes-AMG sim racing drivers under contract. And he is now joining the car with this guy, Jamo Hertling. And also Schnitzelalm made a huge progress in the last races. They were contending quite well in the last rounds. And now, as I heard, Dani Kadea, he just said he's not very much used to the Nürburgring Nordschleife here in iRacing, the platform we are using, the simulation. But he said he will try, and he gave it a try, and he was like practicing very much, a little bit struggling with the setup of the car, but in the community of Mercedes-AMG, they were helping out everybody to make everybody faster. But Danny, he will come and he will talk about it later on in the stream. So he just told me that he will join us for a little chat. Going back to BS competition number 89. And they are almost completing their first lap. And then we will have the first lap time of Laurin Heinrich, who's behind the wheel. As I said, the current champions of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship. Chorus Sim Racing and their Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evolution came home second in the last race, as third in the last race, as we had 3 manufacturers on the podium, and it was a very last second call, as in area Antoniusbuche Hohenrhein chicane, so in the very last meters of the track, they overtook the BMW of Team BMW Bank and secured third position. Team Heusingfeld, Haupt Racing Team Heusingfeld, now in second position, another strong performance of them, as we have Mannfilter in the lead. Second, it's Haupt Racing, the Heusingfeld car we see here. In third, it's Laurin Heinrich. Fourth is BMW Team GP. Mahle Racing Team also at Döttinger Höhe. A couple of meters to go. And then we see where they can end up. Always also good for a front position at the moment, or this time. They are running. And so that's the 109 car. They run with Sebastian Hawkins and Bart Horston. New to the series here in SP9. And come in no position. Most probably they had an off track, as the simulation is then cancelling their lap time by itself. And while we see the cars and teams and drivers putting in their lap times here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife at the final round of the Elektrotechnik 3-hour race, we will have a short look back to what happened in the last round, in the fourth round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship, presented by Goodyear, because it was an action-packed race, what we saw there over the 3 hours. But now let's have a look what happened there. Enough of the words here and now. Let's see what we saw there. So a full packed field again in all the different classes, with strong performance again from BMW M4s, but also here the Mannfilter Team HTP Winward was in the strong performance in qualifying already. SP9 class, everything went well in the first couple of corners, but already on the Grand Prix circuit, a little bit of touch between Team BMW Bank and Mahle Racing Team. Nothing happened, but that was the chance for Team 5-Star. In Cup 2, same picture as we saw many times. Usher Racing in front, but Lapal in second position behind. MRS Team in a little bit of struggle in the back of the field. In SP10 class, Marius Golombek, or better say Cork Sim Racing, in front. And again, close fights, a little bit of problems for BS Competition in the beginning of the race, and they were struggling during the 3-hour race. In SP3T, another action-packed race here, and then after half an hour already, a little bit of touch between cars in SP9, a little decider, and also penalties. And here we see Golombek going for the lead in the SP10 class, and that's the situation I just mentioned of Danny Giusa with a massive oversteering carousel, also a touch, so a little crash there while lapping the cars. That's the picture we see always at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. In front, BS Competition, Rainer Talver and Laurin Heinrich, they were leading from lights to flag. In the end, a little bit of struggle the last couple of minutes in the SP10 class here between the SimRC guys. But in front, it was BS Competition securing not only the victory in the race, but also the championship. Second, it's Mannfilter Team HTP Winward in their Mercedes AMG GT3. And as I already said here, that was the decision made in the last couple of seconds and meters of the race between Cork Sim Racing and Team BS. And it was, in the end, Lamborghini Huracan GT3 evolution of Cork Sim Racing. That's what happened last time. And that is what happens now at the fifth round, and we are on board with the just seen Cork Sim Racing machine, the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evolution. At the moment, they are in 5th position. And behind the wheel, it's Carl Jansson again. He's sharing the car, as known with Sindre Setsas. Checker flag is out, so everybody on a fast lap, they can continue and can finish the lap. And Chorus Sim Racing should be one of the last cars on the track, so it will be a very late decision where they will end up. At the moment, it's still Mannfilter Team HTP Windward, Haupt Racing Team Heusingfeld in second, BS Competition number 89 in third. And we have BMW Team GB in fourth, Chorus Sim Racing. We are on with the cameras in fifth, Schnitzel Alm Racing in a sixth position, Haupt Racing Team AM Solutions in seventh, ERC powered by FSP TÜV in eighth position, Mannfilter Team HTP Windward, the second car, number 70 car. It's in ninth position. Also at the Mannfilter team, there is a new driver on, and we are very much looking forward also to hopefully speak to him. And in the 10th position, Keep On Racing RN Vision, the BMW we just see here in the infight with the number 70 Mannfilter car. And they are also in their last lap. So they made it. They made it as the last call over the line. But not the perfect situation for RN Vision, which is at the moment Velicios Veleziotis. So it's my favorite name, always to pronounce. So because they are stuck in behind the number 70 car, the Mercedes AMG GT3 of HTP Windward, the Mannfilter car, and they need to find a way around, but both of them are in their qualifying lap, so it will be difficult to have a shout or a way through there. In the second Mannfilter car, number 48 car, which is in first position, Philip Ellis cannot participate this time because he's at the in the US in Sonoma for another IMSA race or PLE World Challenge race, and therefore we have Timo Suuninen in the car to replace him. And for those who don't know who is Timo Suuninen, he is one of the drivers for M Sport in the World Rally Championship. So he just did the Arctic Rally and going into the simulator for doing some simulation stuff. He is into it, so it's not new to him. But I mean, it's good to have another name here in the SP9 field. But that's the number 7 car, Team BMW Bank, not having a lap time yet. So they are sitting in overall 48th position. And now let's see if they can do a lap time. Bruno Spengler, he will join us as well later on. Is in the car together with Kai Kaschube. And at the moment it's Kaschube himself. And he crossed the line in 5th position. 7 minutes 50 seconds, 0.1 is the lap time for him. So 5th position for them. Haupt Racing Team Bilstein. Danny Giusa still in the car. He is also not having a lap time in the first lap, so he really has to be careful not having enough track to get the lap cancelled. Now around Carousel, while we switch to Niels Koch for another BS competition car, another BMW M4 GT3, now at Hohenrhein chicane. Also currently having no lap time. And crossing the line now here at start and finish, and jumping from no time to 7th position. 7th position now for Niels Koch. And Koch, he is sharing the car, and this time with Ryan Barneveld. So both of them sharing their M4 GT3. Still Mannfilter Team HTP in front of Hauptracing Team Heusingfeld. So 2 Mercedes AMG GT3 in front. Now we see Cora Sim Racing. Carl E. Jansson. Here again in Hohenrhein chicane, using the curb on the right hand side. Now having good exit onto start and finish. And where can he finish the last lap? In 2nd position. Carl Jansson, he brought the car for a couple of seconds to 2nd position. Now back to 3rd as Team Heusingfeld, Hauptracing Team Heusingfeld with Jan Zenkowski put the car back in 2nd position. Here, that's ERC powered by FSP TÜV Rheinland car, another Lamborghini Huracan GT3. And they are in 10th position at the moment. And where can they finish the race? Can they improve? No. Still in 10th position. Mahler Racing Team, as you see, no time set yet, no position. And where can they end up? Bart Horsten is the driver at the moment, crossing the line now, and he set the car in 14th position only. Mahler Racing Team will not be happy, I guess, with this position. But, as I say, both of them are new to the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship. Keep on racing, our ambition. Veleziotis is in the car. And in front of him is number 70 car of Mannfilter. And it looks like, as Danny Giusa just crossed the line in 9th position now, and it looks like that Mannfilter Team HTP, number 70 car in 11th position, and Keep on Racing cannot improve anymore, so we have our final result as the Keep on Racing our ambition BMW M4 GT3 was the last car on the track, and we have a pole sitter with Mannfilter Team HTP Winward. Jack Sedgwick set the lap time early in the qualifying, and he did another shout in the last lap. 7:48.3 was his lap time, and so he secured the first pole position in the season for Mercedes AMG GT3. So maybe the work together paid out, that they were practicing and working on the setup very much during the week, during the last week, and to have a chance against the strong BMW crews. All cars go back to pit lane now, and then we are very much looking forward to seeing the results of all the classes, not only in SP9, as we have the last 25 minutes in the SP9, but also we will have a look in Cup 2, SP10 and SP3T. These are the last cars coming into pit lane. And now everybody is getting ready for the 3-hour race, checking setup, checking fuel and so on. and then they go into the so-called gridding. And that's, as I say, the final round. It's the Lego Technic 3-hour race of this season. So 5 rounds we had at the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship. And as I heard the rumors, it's not official, it's just the rumors I heard, we hopefully can continue with the digital version of the very much liked and famous Nordschleifen Championship. And so the real season will start soon. In a couple of weeks, the real season on the Nürburgring Nordschleife will start, as confirmed just this week. And so it's a good sign for everybody, for teams, for drivers, but also for fans. And now we hope that you guys can not only see the live stream, I mean, you can for sure, but also we want to see you guys also on the racetrack as well. What we have is the final result. As I say, Mannfilter Team HTP Winward in the first position. Behind there, it's Haupt Racing Team Heusingfeld in second, and Core Sim Racing in third position. And as we continue with the SP9 class, you see the different cars. We just spoke about the SP9 class the last couple of minutes because we saw their qualifying. But we are looking also into the Cup 2 class. Asher Racing once again behind, in front of Butler Pal Racing, SGT. Strong qualifying. They had Lego Technic Esports team. That's the car I was talking about. Sim RC in 5th position. H2 Performance SRT in 6, Eibach Sim Racing in 7th, and W and SE Motorsport by H2P in 8th position. That's the top 8 in Cup 2. Then Rennwelten Pro Team in 9th, 10th position, WS Racing Esports Red, Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing in front of a Deutsche Payment at a Race Union. And they will not be happy. Sebastian Fiedler and Mark Henneritzi in 13th position for the Nürburgring Esports. In SP10, it's another time Core Sim Racing in front of UDG Scuderia, Team RSO in 3rd position. It's the same picture we see. Also with Sim RC, SP10 in 4th position. VRA Racing in 5th. 6th is ERC powered by FSP TÜV Rheinland. The BMW M4 GT4 in 7th position, Schnitzelalm Racing Youngsters, and AMC Siegburg in 8th position here in SP10 class. Again, here we have a full field, what we can see in SP10 of 13 cars, and that's why we continue with with 9th position, Keep On Racing Arne Wishin. In 10th position, Race Tech Performance, 11th, WS Racing Esports Black, 12th FSP Motorsport. And last but not least, the SP3T, Team Heusingfeld again in front, Frozen Speed second, and SimRC in third, Low Grip Racing, SimRC SP3T Pro Sim in 5th, 6th position, KB Motorsports, new team to the series, and Power Team Racing Team Red in 7th position. That's all the 52 cars we have in the field. And just checking the timing screen, everybody also did lap times. So we have everybody running. And now, as I say, we have the so-called gridding. Everybody is now joining the race. And after they set up all the adjustments in terms of fuel, in terms of setup, and so on. Again, having a quick look to the conditions, it's slightly colder, 17 degrees centigrade outside temperature and 20 degrees centigrade track temperature. So it's gonna be a little bit different to the qualifying, and also these little numbers, they make a little difference as well here in sim racing. So let's see if maybe the conditions work for the AMG teams, or as BMW was struggling 2 races ago with their tires and also with the fuel management, but they made it better last time. Let's see how it works out. 3 hours we have to go in the race. And now, as soon as everybody is in the grid, we will shortly switch to the Döttinger Höhe, where the leading car, the pace car, is waiting with all the cars behind. And then we have the different groups, the 4 different groups of the race, and they will start behind each other. That's the grid, and that's the pace car, and the pace car will start in a couple of seconds with SP9. Then with a little gap we have Cup 2 after them, and we have SP10, and last but not least SP3T. So that's the order. They will start. And then we go into the race with the 2 Mercedes AMG GT3 in the front row. That's the front row. That's the first 2 positions. On the left-hand side, from our view, that's the pole sitter. That's Jack Sedgwick. And next to him, it's Jan Zendkowski in his Hauptracing Team Heusingfeld AMG. Now, here we go. That's the formation lap, starting at the Döttinger Höhe, because there's no need to do a full lap in sim racing. So they start right here at the Döttinger Höhe SP9 class. Jack Sedgwick, as soon as the pace car is leaving the grid into the pit lane, it's up to Jack Sedgwick to get the field started. Everybody is close together. So we have a Lamborghini. We see Carl Jansson in the gap between the 2 AMGs. Then we have Laurin Heinrich in his M4 GT3. Here they're coming. Hohenrhein chicane side by side. And now the pace car is going into pit lane now, and now it's up to Jack Sedgwick to have a clean start, and he's accelerating, and that's the start of the final race of the Nürburgring Digital Endurance Championship here. A good start from Jack Sedgwick, and Jan Zendkowski has to decide on the inside. On the outside, that's Laurin Heinrich. He gives it a try against Jansson, and he made it through. So Heinrich is the new guy in the 3rd position. And behind, we have Schnitzelalm there, the 2nd Mannfilter car. They are running in 8th, 9th, and 10th position. And let's keep on racing. Little bit of contact there between the cars. Hauptracing Team A and Solution in between, and then we have a crash. There was a crash of the ERC Lamborghini. We just saw it in the background of the fight in front there, but the car came back on track. So a lot of action going on here already on the Grand Prix circuit. That's the Cup 2 class. Usher Racing on the left-hand side. And it's Martin Usher himself in the black and red Porsche 911 Cup car. Next to him, it's Butler Pahl. It's Keanu Buschmann. Not a good start from Buschmann, because the MRS car on the outside and also the Lego Technic car is having a try on him. Matt Backum is sitting in the Lego Technic car there. So, but Buschmann could defend his second position. Backum now in third as the MRS car Deutsche Payment went back into fourth position. Also here, a couple of action already, or a lot of action in the first couple of corners. While we see the MRS GT at Deutsche Payment car. Marvin Otterbach is the driver, so also very well-known drivers in here with Otterbach, Backum, Buschmann, Ascher. They are fighting here for their Cup 2 race, as it's a little bit different than in the real world. You can not only gain on the Grand Prix circuit, but it's a lot more easy to gain positions there. It's SP10 class, and in SP10 it's Coro Sim Racing in the orange and white car. Marius Golombek here in his Porsche Cayman GT4. Now he's leading the pack on the outside. The two BMWs of Sim RC and Team RSO, they are already behind Golombek, and now on the inside it's Team RSO next to Golombek. Can he make it on the outside? No, Golombek can defend. But what a start of the two BMWs as Undici Scuderia, the yellow and grey Porsche Cayman, went back from second position into fifth only now. Also ERC powered by FSP TÜV Rheinland car. Here we see here just in front of Undici Scuderia. A good start, gaining 2 positions, now running in fourth. And last but not least is the SP3 T-Class, our Audi RS3 LMS. And Team Heusingfeld in front, Patrick Kubinci in the typical Heusingfeld colors. Next to him is Frozen Speed Full Send Racing, Steen Ledger. But Ledger has to defend already against Sim RC. In Sim RC car is Felix Luding. And but the better racing line now for Ledger on the inside, but still Luding tries to make the move, and now he's on the inside and he can make the move against Ledger. So now in second position it's Felix Luding in the Sim RC car. And also low grip racing with Stefan Scheller is trying to overtake Steen Ledger, but now has to defend against KB Motorsport with Chris Julian. No, Sim RC, the second Sim RC car, I'm sorry, with Marvin Strehl. So a lot of things going on here in all the classes in or on the Grand Prix circuit, while we switch back to SP9 class, and that's Hauptracing Team Heusingfeld in third position. And we are at Hauptracing Team Heusingfeld should be in second position, I guess. Let's see, because on my timing screen, ERC powered by FSB is in first position, but we will get a replay, as I heard from production side, of the crash of the exactly that car. ERC there, that's the blue and yellow car going to the outside, and then they touch each other with the Butler Pal BMW. They just had contact, and then the Lamborghini went into the barrier quite heavily. Let's see if they can continue or have to go into pit lane for fast repair. Every team has one fast repair, so that means they go into pit lane, they stop, and immediately the car is repaired. But after using that fast repair, they have to do a mandatory pit stop of 5 minutes as a penalty using the fast repair. So that's just for a quick explanation. That's the leader. That's the Manfilter Team HTP Windward car with Jack Sedgwick already putting a huge gap between him and Jan Zenkowski, as Zenkowski in the back, you can see that quite well, has to defend against Laurin Heinrich in the number 89 BS competition car. But as we know from the past that Team Heusingfeld usually is having quite a special strategy. Maybe also this time they are trying something else with a fuel strategy and so on. But now, coming first time onto Döttinger Höhe, it's a good start for Jack Sedgwick, because nobody is in his slipstream. But here, that's the slipstream of Laurin Heinrich behind Jan Zenkowski, going closer and closer at the middle of the Döttinger Höhe, now next to each other. Also here Karl Jansson tries to move in his Lamborghini, now side by side Heinrich and Zenkowski, but they're clever enough, both are clever enough not to risk anything in the first lap of the 3-hour race. It's 8 minutes done. Just so it's a couple of minutes to go and hours to go. So Sedgwick in Manfilter Team HGP Winward in front. Behind there, it's BS Competition, Laurin Heinrich, Jan Zenkowski in Team Heusingfeld, Haupt Racing Team in third position. Core Sim Racing in fourth, while we see here, that's the fight in for the 9th and 10th position. Haupt Racing Team AM Solutions in front of the second Manfilter car, the number 70 car. And here again, the youngsters, Lucy Trifts, is sharing the car together with Indy Dontje. Indy Dontje, one of the guys who won the 24-hour race at Daytona a couple weeks ago. There he shared the car with Philip Ellis, Mauro Engel, and Russell Ward. That's the Cup 2 class on Döttinger Höhe. Asher has to defend against Mac Backham. Backham now in first position, but there comes Pat Lapal, Keanu Buschmann, double slipstream now, side draft. And can he make the move from third position into the lead? Yes, he can. Keanu Buschmann now into the lead, and Backham and Asher side by side into Hohenrhein chicane. That's Backham. That's Mac Backham at home, I would say, at the Coanda base. They have their own house, and in the background you can see, yeah, that's the Lego Technic stuff. Most probably he just saw himself now in the live stream. And so he's the driver for the Lego Technic, and also look at his seat. Also there, so he's pure in Lego Technic, and he's a very, very strong guy in terms of performance. Also a driver of the Porsche Esports Super Cup, and so he knows the Porsche 911 Cup car very well. And now he's putting much pressure onto Keanu Buschmann, and that's the colors of the Lego Technic car. And as we are in the Lego Technic 3-hour race, truly there's a car branded like this. And what is good for you guys out there, there's also there's also something to win for you. It will be published, but you can win 2 of the Porsche 911 RSR. So it's the original Lego Technic car, 1,580 pieces of Lego you have to put together, you have to build, and the only thing you have to do is to take a picture of the Lego Technic Esports Porsche during the race, and with the hashtag Lego Technic Esports, just post it and just tell who you guess will win the race. So that's the task, just to let you know. And the task for Mac Backham is to overtake Janne Buschmann. But once he just passed Buschmann, he's the guy in front with all the wind in front, and he gives the slipstream to the other guys. Now maybe Backham and his team, and you can see him talking with his team all the time. Maybe he's clever enough just to stay behind there, but as a pure racer, you just want to overtake everybody and be in front. Look at this, going into Schwedenkreuz, now Arenberg corner. Always working with the steering wheel, and you can see him in split screen. Exactly the same movements he's making in his simulator, fully concentrated into Adenauer Forst here. But there you can also see Buschmann, what a performance he is doing. Always checking the screens. So Backham is always checking there how is the gaps, where are the other cars, and also his teammates are spotting, so having them on a second screen and watching the other cars just to let him know where he has to be careful. Going back to SP9 class, team BMW Bank, Bruno Spengler and Kai Kaschube. Kaschube is doing the first stint in a 7th position only. In front, that's the sister car. Yes, competition number 90 car. And Kaschube, he knows how to win the races, as they are the champions of the very first season, and that's Kaschube of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship. On board with Kaschube and on board back at home with him fully concentrated again. And there you can see the difference also in terms of how they drive and how relaxed they are. I just mentioned that last time. Kaschube is one of the very much focused and concentrated drivers, and as long as I know, he's also in charge of all the settings and setups in a BS competition, or he's one of the main guys for that. And then we just saw Mac Backham being very relaxed here and there in some areas of the track. Sure, you have to be more concentrated, but in general he looked more relaxed than Kaschube is. But that's the focus. That's how they approach into the racing. It's a very good service to see them here in the split screen while they drive on the circuit. We are 15 minutes in the race, so second lap finished now. Almost everybody is now almost finishing the second lap, while Kaschube is right behind Koch. They know each other quite well, but right behind there it's Schnitzelarm Racing, and then Juncadella. As I said, Juncadella is now making a move onto Kaschube. A very late call for him. Not only for the cockpit, but also here for turn number 1. And he made the move. Now in 7th position. It's Juncadella, but Kaschube is trying to conquer him again. But Juncadella, he is clever enough to leave him behind. So new 7th position is Dani Juncadella for Schnitzelalm, sharing the car with Jamo Hertling. As I said, Dani Juncadella, we see his green car here in front of Kashuba. He is one of the Mercedes-AMG factory drivers, but also one of the, besides Daniel Morat, AMG sim racing factory drivers, and also Adam Christodoulou. We will see him for 2 cars in the race as well. Also, he is under contract for sim racing, so that part is growing much more. The start of this kind of teams was competition, was with BS competition with Bruno Spengler, Philipp Eng, Laurin Heinrich as a hybrid driver, having real races under contract, and now also and then driving for a manufacturer with BMW, and now also Mercedes-AMG is doing about the same. Here, that's SP10 class. That's the leading pack. Golombek in front for Coro Sim Racing. Behind there is Team RSO and Sim RC in 3rd position. In names, it's Golombek, Carstensen and Weibel. Also well-known names going here to Brünchen, following them with the helicopter. Now into Ice Corner, and they are still close together. Also Undici Scuderia. So Undici Scuderia is Weibel, sorry. Tom Valentini is in this car, for sure. Also Undici Scuderia with Weibel is not that far away. So the top 4 are close together. But as I said, decisions in terms of championships are made. It's only the Team RSO car, the 397. They have the theoretical chance of the Deutsche Payment DNLS Championship. So that means for fastest lap time, least incidents, for pole positions, and so on. So they have a little chance of it, but in the end, it's a 6 points gap between Usher, because it's not only for one category, it's for all the categories, it's overall. And Usher Racing with Markus Hirak and Martin Usher, they are leading this championship. We are having a look to the front of SP3T, Sim RC, Felix Luding, and Frozen Speed Full Send Racing. Steen Ledger is the pack here. It's 1st and 2nd position, while there's about 6 seconds gap behind both of them to Low Grip Racing. But anything must have happened to Team Heusingfeld, as they are only running in 5th position. So maybe there was contact or something, because lapping is not the topic at the moment. It takes about 3-4 laps, and that SP9 class is catching the SP3T. But maybe something happened with Patrick Kubinci, as he was leading, and now he is not leading anymore. And so let's see, maybe we can, while we have truly a look here onto the fight for the top position in SP3T. And I can tell you that, yes, Patrick Kubinci had a crash. I can tell you that. I just checked. And also, so I just got the confirmation from production that we have the replay of the Kubinci crash. And so that's why Kubinci, and here we can see it, it's Schwedenkreuz in the fight with Luding, and then braking for Arenberg. And it was Kubinci himself oversteering and then spinning, and a little bit of... he crashed slightly into the barrier, but he lost so many positions and had to reverse once again. And as we know, it's so close together at the SP3T class that you almost have no chance to gain that back. Action going on everywhere in all the classes. And still Jack Sedgwick in front in the Manfilter Team HTP Windward car in first position. Behind there it's Heinrich, then it's Jan Zendkowski, BS Competition and Hauptracing Team Heusingfeld. We see the fight in here. And then we have in third position in fourth position, Team BMW Great Britain. Behind there it's Koche Sim Racing. The first car goes into pit lane. It's a Team BMW Bank, Kai Kashuba, as he tries the early stop to get out of traffic while he was in the fight with Dani Juncadella. Juncadella made also the move. You could see that in the background on BS Competition Nils Koch. So now in sixth position Juncadella, while we see here Setzas and Sami Matti Trogen in the fight for fourth and fifth position in der BMW and Lamborghini. Almost half an hour in the race, and it couldn't be more exciting because everybody wants to show once again their performance in the last race of the season and before we head into the real season, and then again into the virtual season here with the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship. Split screen again. I really like that camera view on the Koche Sim Racing car at the nose of the Lamborghini. Now going Flugplatz, Quittelbacher Höhe. Into direction Schwedenkreuz here. And now there's a little bit of slipstream, but in the GT3 car there is no chance here at the moment to overtake. There are more possibilities in sim racing than in the real world, sure, because you can just truly take more risk, but still not every corner you cannot overtake in every corner. That's Jansson. And he can be a little more relaxed than Sami-Matti Trogen, because he is following Trogen, and so there's nobody behind Jansson. He just can wait for maybe a mistake made by Sami-Matti Trogen, but to be honest, I think he can wait for a long time there, because Trogen is one of the very experienced drivers. But he looks very much relaxed in his sim racing rig. And it's just having a look, Carl Jansen. And he is running in the 5th position there. As I said, very much going on, very much action going on. Now we see the same picture. We have groups of cars together fighting in the little gaps in between these groups. And another replay of the Male car. And they crashed contact with the Haupt Racing Team AM Solution car in Arenberg into the gravel. And then not so easy to get out for the Male car. So that was in the early stages of the race. Going back to the lead, Jack Sedgwick still in front by 3.5 seconds in front of these two guys, Laurin Heinrich and Jan Zenkowski, in 2nd and 3rd. But as Heinrich could make the move on Zenkowski earlier, now Zenkowski can follow him. So maybe it's because of strategy, because now in slipstream also Zenkowski is saving more fuel, and I know they are always on that special strategy in terms of fuel. So maybe it's much more easy for him not to be in front and using the slipstream in case, or instead. "30 minutes in the race. In about 20 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes, we wait for the first pit stops. 2 mandatory pit stops have to be done. So even when you are alone in the car, you have to do 2 pit stops. Even though for fueling and also because it's in the rules. And now back on the Döttinger Höhe. Again, slipstream. But no chance for Jan Zenkowski, or maybe he doesn't want to have the chance. Here, Jansson still behind Sami-Matti Trogen. And also after 4 laps, it's still Manfilter, Team HTP Winward in front. And then we have BS Competition in second, number 89 car, then Haupt Racing Team Hosingfeld in third. That's Haupt Racing Team AM Solution. In 10th position behind, it's a Team BMW Bank, but they were in pit lane already. So Team BMW Bank was in pit lane already with Kai Kaschube. Just show himself in the back mirror of Adam Christodoulou. Christodoulou with the mistake, but still on the better line, on the inside line. And Kaschube behind again, but maybe he tries another move here in the Mercedes arena. Also Christodoulou now more and more experienced sim racing driver. Just started last year. During the first lockdown, he just set up everything, his sim racing rig and everything, and but made a huge progress working together with the Hosingfeld guys, Jan Senkowski, Mats Torge Hutzfeld, and doing a lot of analysis and how to be faster. But in the end, it works out. Kaschube, he can defend his 9th position against Kai Kaschube, and Kaschube is one of the very much experienced, pro sim racing drivers. While we have a look into Cup 2 class, and what we see is that McBackum is not in the view anymore. There he is. There he is with a gap of about a second. But Asher Racing and Martin Asher himself, and then Butler Pal Racing with Keanu Buschmann in second and third. So that's the picture we just see. We have seen during the whole season, except McBackum. But Asher, Butler Pal, Tim RC, H2 Performance were always right in front there. Still Buschmann here in the Butler Pal 229 car and the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. They are specialists in these cars, and when you talk to them, they always say the 911 is the most fun, but also the most difficult car you can drive in iRacing. So the simulation these guys are driving on. But you can also always see when we are on board how they work and how hard it is. Also here, while it's a virtual race for them, preparation is everything, and also for him. And him is Marius Golombek in second position in SP10 right at the moment for Core Sim Racing, sharing the car with Pascal Stix. In front of him, that's the Team RSO car of Niels Carstensen. And Marius Golombek, he is not only driving in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship, he's also driving for Porsche in the Formula E Accelerate, so the official Formula E championship, sim racing championship. Now back on Döttinger Höhe, talking to his team. Checking what is going on. How can we do strategy? And now you can see he's in slipstream, but he cannot go closer to Carstensen. That's quite interesting. So you can see that the BMW is quite strong on the straights. And then they cross the line. Golombek is smiling. I would like to know what the team was telling him. But it looks like he's also taking no risk, waiting. If there is a gap, maybe he will go for it, but he's not putting pressure on it. Now on the inside. But just moving back behind Carstensen. And still in second position in SP10 class. And also about the GT4 cars, they are more easy to drive, also with all the little helpers they have, let me say, with traction control and so on. But even though when you are on the Nordschleife, no car is really easy to drive. So that's why everyone is really much fighting here themselves, challenging themselves on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And we still see the fight here for first and second position in SP10 class. Golombek, that's the guy up left. He and Pascal Stix, they are champions in this class, but truly they want to win another race. I'm sorry, they are second. They are second. Sorry, my mistake. Team RSO, the guys they are leading, they are the champions, and the Custom Racing they are second. But I want to say they want to have another win to just prove that they are also able to win the championship. So Team RSO is the champions, while Golombek is just showing himself in the back mirrors of Niels Carstensen and his BMW M4 GT4. While Marius Golombek can be relaxed, Niels Carstensen is having pressure on him of Marius Golombek, so he cannot relax. But you guys out there in the live stream, you can relax, because in a couple of seconds we will go into a short break after the first around 40 minutes of the Lego Technik 3-hour race here at the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship, presented by Goodyear. And soon and very quickly we will be back with the action here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, so stay tuned. Just don't go too far away from your screens, and that you do not miss any action once we are back here at the Nürburgring. And here we are, back at the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship, presented by Goodyear at the Lego Technic 3-hour race. And, we had our little break after about 40 minutes into the race. A guest was coming into the commentary booth, and welcome Jan Marszałkowski. And we have to do a quick chat and a quick interview because Jan, you just told me in about 2 laps you have to be in the car, correct?
Yes, exactly. About 2 laps I'll go into the car, drive the second stint, and yeah, we'll push, of course, because we're in a drive-through, so we have to make up quite some time.
And so you go into the car for only 1 stint, I guess. And
yes.
But thank you very much, first of all, for taking the time, anyways, to come here with only 2 laps to go. So not even 15 minutes. But tell us about you just said you had a drive-through penalty because of an incident early in the race. But still chances for a good result for you guys.
Yeah, I think so. We are fuel saving quite a lot, so I think we can make 1 stop less than most of the others, and probably we can gain the time back, and maybe I think top 10 is still possible. Of course, it won't be a really great result, but I think we can come back.
Tell us a little how to drive the BMW around the Nordschleife, because you know the Nordschleife here in iRacing and sim racing with the Mercedes AMG GT3, but how is it to drive the BMW?
Not that easy. We have quite some setup problems as well. We tried to work a lot, but didn't really find an optimal setup. So we have a lot of understeer in the car, really the only way to make it faster was to make it so pointy that it was almost undrivable. So at the moment it's quite a lot of understeer, but at least the car is really safe, so you can still push and drive safe lap times. But it's just a lot of fun, especially now that we have cooler conditions in iRacing. It's just really nice to drive.
And does the understeering affect the front tires very much, or is that still okay, or do you have to save front tires because of the setup?
It's quite heavy. For 1 stint it's okay, but we also try to have a second stint without tire change, and I think towards the end it will be really hard to keep the tires alive and not lose a lot of time. So I will do quite a lot of fuel saving and tire saving in my stint. We tried it already in the last race, and we lost like 3 to 4 seconds a lap, so we stressed the tires a bit too much. And it will be quite a challenge, but I think we can do it this time a bit better than the last time.
Coming quickly before you jump into the sim racing car, in the car we see here, that's your car, we see it live in the stream now. You are coming to the rear racing. Jan, what is the program for you in 2021? Can you tell us more about it already? What are your plans for this year's season?
Yeah, so last year we entered the GT4 Germany. It was my first year in car racing, touring car racing, and we won the junior championship. So the plan for next year is to do the same thing again, drive 1 more year in GT4 to prepare for the GT3 then in 2022. And the plan is to drive in the GT4 Germany again and go for the overall championship this time.
I mean, you showed strong performance in last year already, and I'm very much looking forward to see you once again there, because as someone says always, a second year. First year is the learning one, where you learn the most, and the second one should be the one without putting pressure on you, where you should, as you say, fight for the top positions. But so GT4 Germany is the main program, but anything else planned? Also, maybe anything else planned on sim racing, or do you fully concentrate during the summer on the real season?
Since I finished school in about 2 months, I think I will have a lot of time. So besides the real racing, I will do a lot of sim racing, of course. We entered the German Sim Racing Championship with Aaron Vision, and we'll drive there. And of course, the next DNLS season, we will be back. And yeah, I think I will drive a lot. And since I'm 18 now, probably, it could be possible that I will make my my permit for the Nordschleife and take the track in real life as well.
Yeah, perfect. Another very fast guy on the Nordschleife. Then we will see. Yeah, perfect. Jan, I know that you have to go into the car in about half a lap, I guess,
yes.
right?
Yes.
I don't want to bother you anymore. Thank you very much for taking the time. Have a lot of fun in the car, in that car we see here. And thankfully, I don't have to pronounce the name of your teammate then anymore, because that's the worst for me. But for sure, that's my problem I have. But thank you very much, Jan, and then have fun for your coming stint.
Yes, I will. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Bye bye. And that was Jan Maszakowski, second driver on the car, sharing with Velicios Beleziotis. That's his teammate. And so that was the Keep on Racing Orange Vision car. And we are back here at the Cup 2 class. And that's the pack all around. While we switch to the Schnitzelalm car, the Schnitzelalm Youngsters, it's on the right-hand side. That's the virtual racing. And on the left-hand side is a Mercedes AMG GT4. And they are testing. And they are always good for things like that. They were at Portimao, or it should be Portimao once again, because I see it's the winter series, and Schnitzelalm is just, and that's why also some of the drivers cannot participate while they are in Portimao. Yes, it's Portimao, and so it's quite funny to just see them. Or it could be also Barcelona, but it doesn't matter. It's always funny to see them having us here with them on it's Barcelona, and having them here with us on the screens while driving at the virtual circuit, and having us also on the real circuit as well. We are on the back end of the Schnitzelalm BMW M4 GT4. And they are currently sitting in third position. Schnitzelalm Racing Youngsters. William Voss is the driver. And here they are. And that's the virtual car and the real car. So... and even no, they're not. No. The starting number is not the one they have. 311 they have here. But it's fun to see them here with their M4 GT4, the real cars, and. That's one of the drivers, as you may see, as you may have noticed, that they are, as I say, they are at the circuit at Barcelona, where Marcel Marcevic was that, and he is driving in the real car and cannot participate, and that's why Dani Juncadella is in the GT3 car. That's the SP10 class. And while we see the SP10 class here, we have another guest in our commentary booth. But before I come back to you, we have another replay of the Cup 2 class. And Adenauer forced onto the curb. And then onto the grass, into the barrier, number 249, which is Chris Höcke and Samir Abrahimi. And they are for Rennwelten Pro Team in the race. But as I said, we have another guest in the studio, in our commentary booth, and welcome Chris Behm. And Chris is sharing the car together with Dean Kring, and both starting for KB Motorsport. They are currently in fifth position in SP3T. But Chris, tell us, why did you decide, I know it since a week or something, but why did you decide to go into DNLS and have a try at this series? And welcome, first of all.
Hi. Yeah, thank you, Jan. It's all, yeah, we have a talk with someone we knew from DMSP Academy. So he asked, what you do on Saturday? I guess it was Wednesday evening. Yeah, we want to try out the Community Cup over the summer season. Yeah, we thought, hey, let's try it. It's a good practice. At least we started iRacing a week ago. Yeah, it's a hard time, and it's a lot of fun, but we have to learn.
But I mean, still, as you say, you started with iRacing just a couple of days ago to really start competitive. You are in fifth position in your class within that very special field, because I mean, SP3T is a little and tiny field, but all specialists. I mean, all the cars running there, it's always between 6, 7 and 8 cars, but all they are specialists. And I know from them, they told me that the car is not easy to drive in terms of you really have to take care of slipstream, fuel saving, tire saving, and so on. And you just come here and be fifth in the race. I mean, that's not too bad. Do you feel the same with the car, that it's not so easy to drive?
Yeah, you know more than me. On my screen, we are 6 in our class, but it's a tricky to drive car. I especially like rear-driven cars more than front-driven cars. Yeah, it's special to drive, at least for the start. But I think we managed so far so good. We improved by 10 seconds over the last days for ourselves in training, but to be competitive in this field, as you say, is very, very hard. So we need to learn a lot, but it's a pleasure for us to be here, to get the chance of trying out iRacing at least, but more special DNLS. Hopefully in 2 hours we can say, yeah, it was a good try, but we will see.
we just see your car and Dean driving right at the moment.
Yes.
And you already had your first pit stop. Dean stood in the car, so you guys do double stints, I guess. So Dean will do a middle stint as well, and then you do the finish.
It was an early stop because we got an accident in Hohenrhein chicane with car number 21, I guess, fighting for position. But we didn't use fast repair because we were able to get to pit ourselves. So we decided to switch drivers early. And we haven't decided, or I haven't decided to who will get in the car next. Will Dean stay in the car? Will I take over? We have to decide. So we have a lot of fuel left, and we will see where we can get in the race time. So we need to do one more stop, but we will see.
Okay, but I can let you know also here in the live stream you are in 5th position right at the moment. Maybe just reload your
now I see
standings.
Now I see.
So okay, but coming to the besides the racing, you were one of the participants in the DMSP operators and the sim racing officials. The meetings we had the last 2 weeks, and can you tell us a little bit more about it? Whoa, we just saw one car we are on board with, but I'm not sure who it was. Golombek, it should be Golombek. He just passed another car going into pit lane, so he just passed them in the pit entry. But can you tell us more about it? So you made the operator license and also the official license, because you are once you are not in the car sitting yourself, you are organizing races and operating them, right?
Right. Yes. Where do I begin? I believe last year. So last year the ADAC came to me and organized a series for his regional clubs, and so I was participant in there and started to come and chat with the officials and organizers, and we decided, or they decided better to get me on board, as well as Dean later the year. And so from there on, we organized races in the ADC for German regional clubs and their drivers. We finished our season in January. So they offered me to do the next step. And the DMSB started to form a group of officials and operators licensed to organize races as a DNLS and judge them. So it was a pleasure for me to be at the DMSB with you, obvious. So we take part on a 3-day course for each license, and had a judgment after the course, and I succeeded both of them, Dean as well. So it's for us, it's the start of a new era, I guess, because we are now official DMSB licensed, and I hope we can do some races on the opposite side, so not as a driver, so as an official or operator in the future. But we will see. we're still learning. As a driver as well, so is official.
But you just told me, or you just told us that you are new to iRacing. In what other simulations do you organize your races? And being an operator, there was a quick off of the MRS GT racing car in the Cup 2 class in a Belov S. So that was very close call to keep the car on track. But what simulations you are mainly used to?
I started several years ago as a child. I believe it's what GTR or Race 07, I believe, but only offline. So I somehow don't feel well on the online scene since the last 2 years. It's personal problem I have, I guess, with challenges. But 2 years ago, I started with Race Room in the ADAC challenge, and we quickly advanced to Assetto Corsa Competizione. And that's my main field, I guess. I'm driving it quite often under the week and weekends. And we have at KB Motorsports, we are organizing 2 series over the year from ourselves. Organizing the ADAC series, upcoming series in April, I guess it will start. In Assetto Corsa Competizione, and next week on Saturday we have an 8-hour Spa race from the ADAC in Assetto Corsa Competizione for the ADAC people as well as free people. I call it like that, and non-licensed people. I don't know to do it well. So I think my personal operating field is Assetto Corsa Competizione.
Okay, I just have to come quickly back to pictures. We just saw a replay of Usher Racing and also of Butler Pal. They had a massive crash, and they are now out of the contention of the victory of the race, because Mac Backham, or better say Lego Technic Esports, they are leading, but H2 Performance in second. That's all about Cup 2 car, and they are, and it doesn't look really good for the Butler Pal car, as smoke was coming out of the car, and also the Usher car was in wrong direction. So that's not looking very much good or very good on in the last race of the season. But Chris, thank you very much for taking your time. Hopefully we will see you not only today once again in the car, but also maybe next season, as we will have another season in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship. And so hopefully to see you then, and good luck for all the stuff you guys do, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for the invitation, Jan.
Thank you very much, and say hi to Dean. Maximum concentration. Maybe you see everything can happen, as you just see in the Cup 2 class. Maybe we see you on the podium as well. So
yeah, let's talk again in 1 hour 50. But
correct. Thank you very much, Chris, and bye. We are back at the leading car of the Cup 2 class in the Lego Technic 3-hour race, and that's a Lego Technic Esports team. And right at the moment, it's Dane Warren who is in the car. So Backham is out, Warren is into the car. And I just said, while Chris Behm was talking from KB Motorsport, he was talking with us. We just saw the replay in that area right here with a massive crash of Butler Pal, Usher, with cars rejoining the track. In my opinion, quite unsafe, but it's also tiny there at this point. while Warren is also pushing quite heavily, using the curbs at this area. Is there you have to be brave to use it, but. Guests in the beginning they were shy, and now guests coming in as we have another guest right in here, and I just mentioned it early in the race that he will join us, and now as soon as he left the car, he took place on the sofa. You just said, welcome here in the commentary booth, Danny Junkadea, a driver for Schnitzel, and a very late call for you here at the DNLS, Danny.
Yeah, what's up, Jan? All good. Enjoying it a lot, actually. Like you said, a late call, but the last few days I've been flat out trying new things, learning all the basics from Notch Life iRacing, and I think we're in a pretty good position right now.
But let us know. I just followed the chat a little bit, but you are so much experienced in all the sim racing, iRacing stuff, but not so much in Notch Life. But why is that?
Yeah, it's quite surprising. I'm very, very used to sim racing, to iRacing especially. But to be honest, I never really did a lot of Notch Life stuff on iRacing because I focused on other championships and driving other cars. To be honest, it's been like 2 weeks since I started with GT3s because also I'm driving for AMG, and the last few months the BOP on iRacing has been a bit not very good for AMG. Let's put it that way. So I didn't really want to drive other manufacturers. So yeah, just hoping to get better on that side, and obviously here in DNLS with the BOP, it's they give us a good break, and compared with the BMWs, we are equal right now, and it's, to be honest, a lot of fun. So I'm gonna be doing more of this for sure.
We just see in the stream we see your teammate Jamo Hedling running in 5th, but we have to say BS competition was in the pit early. Also other cars like Core and so on. So it's a bit of different strategies between you guys.
I think,
but yeah,
I think right now BS, Core, and HRT in front. I think they didn't change tires on this pit stop. We did same like Manfilter. So I think that's making a little bit of difference right now. So let's see. It's all open. I think we are in the mix for a good result, for a podium result. So just gotta fight for that one and see where we are in a couple of hours.
Yeah, we just saw the Schnitzel guys at Barcelona. Testing, or not testing, they are racing there, and having in the Zoom call the real cars as well. But tell us more about your I know you will announce what you can tell us about your real racing program. You are again, and I'm very much looking forward to that. You are again under contract with Mercedes AMG for a massive program, I guess, because you're announcing all the time on social media. Can you tell us a little bit about program right now?
Yeah. So it's great to be back with Mercedes AMG, and I think the future ahead in GT3 is very bright for everybody, and for us as a manufacturer, I think it's great to be in this position. And obviously, the first program that was announced was the World GT Endurance Challenge, where I'm going to be sharing the car with Raffaele Marcello and Jules Gounon, both AMG drivers. So that's a pretty hectic lineup, I have to say. It's probably the best lineup I've been in a car for my career, and it's just going to be a matter of minimizing the mistakes, because we everybody knows, all of us three have good speed, and we can race smart, we can be good on track, and we just need to work on the details, and there's a lot of good races coming up on that championship. Apart from that, it's not announced yet, but I'm supposed to be racing in VLN. Sorry, it's not VLN anymore, NLS, and the 24-hour Nürburgring. That's also one of my main programs. It's still not confirmed with which team and which lineup, but it's I'm pretty sure it's going to be also a good one. And then there's a third program coming, which is also not finalized yet, but another program involving GT3, the Mercedes AMG, and yeah, you can imagine.
Nobody can imagine what it is.
I mean, there's only a few options, so it's one of those. But all I can say is going to be exciting, and I'm really looking forward to hopefully a good 2021 with not too many restrictions, and let's see if this world pandemic is getting better and we can race, which is what we want.
Yeah, I mean, what a comeback, I can only say, because coming back and then such a strong program and fully packed program, I'm very much looking forward to the season, and it will be, as some calendar clashes and some calendar updates are happening in the last couple of days. It will be, I think, a summer with all weekends or every weekend racing, not only for you guys, also for everybody out there. And so, yeah, it's going to be very, very much interesting. But coming quickly, last couple of minutes, couple of seconds, back to sim racing. You are one of the drivers for Team Redline, which is one of the most professional racing teams in sim racing, and sharing the car there with Max Verstappen and all the guys we know. What is the program there? What plans do you have in sim racing?
Well, yeah, of course, Team Redline, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, sim racing team in the world, and to be part of that team is amazing. To be honest, I wanted to join them firstly because I have a couple of racing friends that are in the team, like Antonio Felix da Costa, Felix Rosenquist, so a couple of guys there that are really passionate also about sim racing, and of course Max, and in the past it was also Lando. But I realized the team is so professional and they take things so seriously that I want to go a step further. And to be honest, a couple of months ago when I really started to get into iRacing, I was just racing every day, doing public races and doing a lot of iRating grind and just improving my iRating basically. And right now I'm taking it a bit more serious, and I want to mainly do the big races. I did 24-hour Daytona with Max. I was gonna do Bathurst, but I couldn't do it because I was flying to Monza for a test with the real car. And this weekend there's also a race in Suzuka from the BMW 120 series, which is a big event. And yeah, surely in the future, like if I have the time to do 24-hour Nürburgring, 24-hour Spa, all those big races, 24-hour Le Mans, all those big races, I really want to get involved, because these guys are really pushing forward to build a very strong team, and it's great to be part of that environment, because to be honest, like guys like Max Verstappen, they are taking things so seriously you cannot imagine, and people at home are I think are unsure about how serious it is and how passionate about working in sim racing they are. And I think you can correlate that with the real life, and all that abilities I get in sim racing, all that work I do on my sim racing stuff, I can translate it into real world and be ready for the car, for when I get to drive again.
I mean, you just have to follow you guys to see how passionate you are, because always you get updates with your sim racing rigs and with your stuff. I mean, steering wheel, I guess you got a couple of weeks ago the steering wheel upgrade, and you've done your cable management last time I just saw. So
yeah.
you guys. I mean, it's kind of fun, and sure, it's kind of having fun with other drivers around, but also one of these taking it very, very much serious. So I love to see you guys in here while we see still JMO defending in fifth position against team BMW Great Britain. Dominic Steib is right behind him. And so very much looking forward to hopefully see you next season. So after the NLS season again here. And thank you very much, Danny, for taking the time. Are you going to be in the car one more time?
Yeah, I will normally do the last stint. So watch out for some exciting moves.
Okay, we just let production know that you will be in the car for the last couple of laps, and then we will be on you fighting for hopefully not only the podium but also for the win. Thank you very much, Daniel Kadea, for Schnitzel
thanks, Jan.
Racing, and good luck and have fun for the next stint.
Yeah, cheers, man.
So that's the man, not only Team Redline and not only Schnitzel Racing, and so he is he's very much into sim racing. So that's the Dani Juncker-Deja. Yes, and the guy we just saw in. The guy we just saw in the split screen, it's Mark Hennerizzi, and he is back in sim racing. Mark, you are back after I saw your Facebook post a couple days ago, or even yesterday or the day before. 15 years ago it was, right? When all that we don't want to say the word, but all that started. I think we...
Okay, yes, Jan. Hi. Now it should work.
Here we go.
Yeah, many thanks, Jan. Nice to be here with you. You're totally right. 16 years sounds scary, but it feels like yesterday. But all the equipment got better. You saw the pictures. Really funny to look back over that period. And as if you are once you're a racing driver, you will stay a racing driver for your whole life. And so it's such a nice feeling to be back behind the wheel. Even it's only digital, it's still better than retiring from being a racing driver, which is not possible.
I mean, you are sharing the car at the moment with Sebastian Fiedelak. He is in the car in 7th position in class, but you had a little bit of trouble, I think, in the beginning of the race, correct?
No, it was quite okay. Okay, I know that the speed is not good enough, but I was last in my class in qualifying, but I was pretty happy. Sounds weird, but it's like this. I was only 9 seconds behind Mac Beckham and Asher, and 9 seconds is the smallest distance I ever had in that 3 months right now. And so I can live with that. I'm improving every day, and so I'm quite happy. I had a really good stint. All lap times 8:18, 8:16, 8:17, and the car has no damage, and so I'm pretty happy about it. And now Sebastian is in the car, and afterwards Patrick Jaczynski will do the end. Unfortunately, we made a mistake registering the team. So that he has to use my account. So it will be Mark Hennerizzi 2 in the end, but it will be Patrick Jaczynski in the car. We talked to the race control, and they made it possible that he can do the race.
I mean, we just talked to Chris Behm a couple of minutes before, and he just mentioned how hard it is in SP3T as well, and in Cup 2, and I heard from Martin Ascher in the last streams always, it's one of the most fun, but also one of the most difficult cars to drive at iRacing, not only but also on the Nordschleife. And can you confirm that?
Yeah, I think so, Jan. I think that's one of the hardest combo you can do in sim racing overall. But when you start with it, everything else is getting easier. So it's a good combo to start, and you need to understand the brake and turn in the car while braking, which is scary sometimes. But yeah, it's really fun. And after the update, I think it was in November, the car feels so good, and I'm enjoying every lap. I did many laps with the real Cup car on the Nordschleife, and so I'm really enjoying it.
what else? What races are you doing over the year? Because you did Daytona, you're doing the DNLS here. What sim racing races are you doing? Because I know some races in NLS you also did last year. Most probably will do this year. But in sim racing, or the iRacing specials and so on, what's the plans for sim racing? Because you guys, together with Alex Autumn, we just see here, you are sharing normally also the car with him. You guys pushing quite hard the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's true. Alex Andy Gulden joined us, also real world driver, known as the chief instructor of the Nürburgring Academy. And yeah, we have a lot of fun. We are quite on the same speed. We did 3 special events: 24 Daytona, Daytona 500, and Bathurst, and we finished top 10 all that races. And so now we are focusing on Sebring, which will be great. Be back in the LMP2 again, and then the real season is starting. We have to look a little bit for that, but I hope that we do the iRacing 24 Nürburgring as well. And you know it, we talk about it, Jan. I'm totally missing the iRacing 24 Le Mans this year. But we will see. Maybe also Bathurst 1000 with this great cars, the supercars. And yeah, but also Daytona 500 was a great experience. Totally different, but great experience in the end. And of course the ADAC Sim Racing Cup, which is where you are also the commentary. And DGTM, so we have a lot of things to do, and yeah, it's fun, big fun.
And not only driving those series, because you are also in so many series, one of the organizers or in the organization, race control and so on. So sim racing is your life. Also, racing is your life, and sim racing is a very big part of your racing life, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. That's true, and I'm glad that motorsport is part of my life, and but real motorsport as well. And but what I want to say is that if you're only organizing races, since I did since well, let's say 7 or 8 years, and you do not drive yourself, you're losing a little bit your passion, and it's only work. And since I'm driving, I have so much more fun, or again. To organize all that stuff, and to have the trade between driving yourself and organizing is quite good. But I hope to be back on the real track again as a driver. I hope to be back on the real track as an organizer. And of course, we are very worried about the season 2021, and hope that our major events at the Nürburgring, such like 24 Nürburgring and Track Grand Prix, will happen this year.
I mean, it's a big. I just talked to Daniel Kadea right before you, and we were talking about the calendar and the updates and the clashes and so on. So it will be a fully packed calendar, not only in real, also in sim racing. So it's going to be a very interesting summer, as sim racing is still not happening only in winter time. I mean, DNLS, so the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship, is happening between the usual, let's say, NLS season, and yeah. We are very much looking forward to see you on the track as well, and here to hopefully climb up a little more in the positions in that very strong field of Cup 2. Thank you very much, Mark, for taking the time, and yeah, very much looking forward to see you back on the track.
Yeah, many thanks, Jan. I see we are in 7th position or something like this. And in the end, I will step into the car with Alex Autumn and Andy Gulden. So I do a double start. I think I'm the first double starter at all in DNLS.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I see the car has some damage. But doing the final of this great DNLS with so much spectators, and looking forward for the next season in the winter. Many thanks, Jan. Enjoy it.
No,
Bye-bye.
wait,
Sorry.
Mark, wait.
Sorry,
Okay,
sorry.
now I got it. No. I just goodbye. But I got it because I thought it's a mistake in the entry list, but it's true. You are on both cars.
On both cars, I activated my old iRacing account, and I asked the race control and Gunnar if it's okay for them. They said you can do it in real life, so why not? And so I start on both cars here. And in the end, as I said, as Patrick will use my account on the other car, there will be two Mark and Ritzis in the final stint.
In one race.
But I'm on the Deutsche payment car for the final.
Okay. So yeah, then I'm very much looking forward to see you once again on the track. And Mark, relax a little bit because we always see you very much concentrated in your rig and in your simulator. So thank you for taking the time and have fun for the last stint in the unfortunately last round of this season.
Thanks, Jan. Bye.
Bye. After now a couple of interviews and very interesting interview partners, we are back in racing, and we are back at the team BMW Great Britain following Schnitzelalm Racing. Jamo Hertling is the driver in the Schnitzelalm car, and they are fighting for 5th and 6th position. But as we heard from Dani Juncadella, it's gonna be interesting because BS competition, Core Sim Racing, Haupt Racing, Team Heusingfeld didn't change the tires, and so it's a different strategy they are on, and let's see how that pays out. That's Dominik Steib, and that's the driver of the number 55 car of BMW Team Great Britain, sharing the car with Sami Matti-Drogen. And again, the same picture we just saw last time when we had him in the stream, sweating. I mean, when I look outside, we have, I think, now he's sweating a little more, I think. In Moodcore, a little too wide onto the grass. But when I look on to the outside, it's about 1 degree centigrade here in my hometown, but he is sweating quite a lot, but I think it's not because of the outside temperature. He's very much concentrated, but also there you can see, because Dominik Steib is one of the sim racing pros, he is following Jamo Hertling, and then you can see how good the performance of the Schnitzelalm car is, that the sim racing professional for Williams Esports can only follow, and I mean not because he's a bad driver, because that's I mean how good Jamo Hertling is driving, and so that's why the field, and we heard that from Chris Behm, we heard that from Mark Hennerizzi now, the whole field of the DNLS is so strong, and it's not just coming here and being on top. You really have to practice and fight, and Dani Juncadella told us how hard he practiced for this final round here. We are a little bit over halftime of the race, 1 hour and 25 minutes still to go, and there will be one more pit stop to go for the drivers and teams. Well, we go into SP10, Team RSO, still leading in front of Core Sim Racing. Now Niels Benedikt is the driver, and Pascal Stix and just went into the car after Marius Golombek. So right at the moment, because we were in the interview while the stream, the production went through, the different classes. Just having a quick overview. In SP9, it's BS competition right at the moment. Number 89 in front of Chorus Sim Racing in second, and Haupt Racing Team Heusingfeld in third position. That's the SP9. In Cup 2, it's Lego Technic Esports leading the race in front of H2 Performance SRT and MRS GT Racing at Deutsche Payment in third position. In SP10, as we see, we have Team RSO, number 397, leading the race in front of Chorus Sim Racing with their Porsche Cayman, and in third position, another BMW Keep On Racing RN Vision. While in SP3T, it's SimRC SP3T is in front of Frozen Speed Full Send Racing and Team Heusingfeld, number 404. That's the current orders, the top 3 in the different classes, while we have here the leader in split screen of the SP10, that's Niels Benedict, and he is driver of the BMW M4 GT4. Right behind him, that's Pascal Stix, fully concentrated there in the simulator. So a single monitor setup. There are different setups you can have, triple, single, VR goggles you can use. So it's everybody is using different setups. And just mentioned with Dani Junkadea before, it's how serious they take it. As you can have like material and hardware, which is a couple of €1,000. So yeah, that's very much a competition also in terms of hardware. But in the end, it's again, like in real racing, also up to the driver sitting behind the steering wheel. Niels Benedict is still in the lead. And also the gap, as we've seen before, also on the Döttinger Höhe, is not closing. So the gap is as big as it is, or it was once they entered the Döttinger Höhe. So you see how fast that BMW is on the straight. One hour, 21 minutes and 10 seconds. That's the remaining time we have at the 5th and final round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship presented by Goodyear. And it's the Lego Technic 3-hour race. We are running right at the moment. And once again, there will be a chance for you to win from the partner Lego Technic, the one of 2 Porsche 911 RSR. And we see, and that's what I mean, the VR goggles of Sebastian Fiedelak, teammate of Marc Hennerizzi, in their Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. He is using the goggles because there you have a 360 degrees view around the car, as I am, for example, used to have as a real racing driver. We are very much used to that and not to that kind of 2D view you have in with the monitors. But yeah, that's how you can drive. It looks a little strange, but and it's not for everybody, because you can get dizzy quite easy. And So, but some of the drivers use the goggles for their driving. What we use is a little break before we head into the final minutes of the fifth round here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So we will have a couple of minutes where we can breathe in, breathe out, and come back here with the full action of Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship presented by Goodyear. And you shouldn't miss all the action, as you see every time anything is happening on the track. So stay tuned, and we will be back in a couple of seconds. And we are back at the Nürburgring Nordschleife with the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship here in the final round with the close fight between Schnitzelalm Racing and BMW Team Great Britain. In driver names, it's Jamo Hadling and Dominic Steib. But not only in not only in SP9 we have the fights, but also in Cup 2. But a little bit out of the close fights, we have the Lego Technic team esports with Mac Backham and Dane Warren behind the steering wheel. And one of the guys we have now here in the commentary booth, welcome Mac. Mac Backham, one of the pro sim racing drivers in the world. And you are now here in DNLS. How is it so far? I think it's not too bad in Cup 2 class.
Yeah, it's been quite good. I kind of dropped the ball a little bit in qualifying, so we didn't really start where we wanted to start. But it was quite fun, just this first opening few laps of the race. I don't think our starting position would have mattered anyway because the draft is really strong. So we were just kind of taking our time and waiting for a mistake from the guys behind. And as soon as I noticed that the guys behind made a mistake, I would always try and push a little bit to get a gap. And I think after a few times that worked quite well. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with where we are currently.
Yeah, you just mentioned the crash behind you guys with lapping a car, and then Usher Racing was a bit in trouble there and unlucky, as well as Butler Pal. So it made a little more the way for you. We still have 1 hour and 11 minutes to go, true, but it made the way a little bit more for you guys in the Cup 2 class. But as you are sharing the car with Dane Warren, and you guys know, I think, very well from the Porsche Esports Super Cup, aren't you?
Yeah, we're quite experienced with this car, and Dane is obviously really good in this car as well. I would say he's definitely a bit better than me, so it's quite nice, when I get out of the car that I know someone as fast as Dane is getting in, so we don't really have too much to worry about. So it's a big bonus.
And how is it? I mean, as the partnership with Lego Technic we have here in the DNLS, how is it to drive that car now, as you are doing the guest start here, and now just with such a mega debut right at the moment? Can you tell us how it is to drive as the esports team for such a brand like Lego Technic?
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool, obviously. Like, Lego Technic is such a, an iconic brand, and the skin looks so cool. I think I don't know anyone who doesn't like this paint scheme or doesn't like the Lego brand at all, really. So it's obviously really cool driving with this paint. Even now when I'm, spectating behind it, it just looks so cool. And I'm really glad we can get a good debut here for Lego. Obviously, the race isn't over yet, but I think we're running quite well now. And having Lego supporting us, Lego Technic, is really unbelievable. A brand like that, and they're also really supportive of us always. We always get a few messages before the race, and I know a lot of the people there are also watching the race. So yeah, it's really good. Hopefully we get some airtime and make everyone happy there.
Yeah, the car looks mega. We just had it a few times in the stream already. I mean, truly, when you made your way through the field to the front of the Cup 2 class. But coming to yourself, we just talked about, mentioned the Porsche Esports Super Cup you are running in, and what programs are you doing this year in 2021?
Yes, I'm doing the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. That's, I would say, pretty close to being finished. I think it ends in April. And after that, it's kind of a bit of an unknown right now. We have a lot of BMW 120 events coming up. We have one tomorrow. So that's one we're also racing, and that's basically what we're going to be racing as long as those events are being put up. And then, of course, the Tag Heuer Super Cup until the end of April, as I said. But after that, not too much is known, really. I'm kind of looking forward to maybe the Dallara World Championship at the end of the year. But there's so little details known about that, so I can't really say anything too certain right now.
But then you are one of the only of you guys who are not really know what to do in sim racing or what the program looks like. When you are not doing sim racing, what is Mac Backham doing else?
I'm always, playing with Lego Technic in my spare time. I really like sports. I usually we have our own gym here, so I spend some time in there. go for a run, cycling, and other than that, I usually just try and help the team out with general stuff. Maybe we need some stuff in management or whatever. I really like that as well. Of course, bringing the team forward as much as I can, and besides that, just spending time with my friends. Obviously, that's a little tricky right now with lockdowns and everything like that. So usually that just kind of ends up in playing some games online together or watching a movie with the guys here in the house.
Can you just like take us a tour during a day, a week in your Quanda sim racing house? How can we imagine how it is to have an own house? You're fully concentrated on sim racing. How can we imagine what is happening there? And because I can't really imagine how it is. I just see the pictures of you guys with all the simulators, with the rigs there, and how professional you all do this stuff. But can you take like a tour with us? How we can imagine that?
Yeah, so it's pretty crazy, right? Having a house like this, it's still pretty surreal to me as well. But I would say usually most days are quite literally the same, especially when we have the early parts of the season where we just have races back to back to back. So what usually happens is I wake up around 9 or a little bit before 9, wake up a little in half an hour, and then I kind of drive in the morning. I come here in the room that you see behind me with the iconic carpets, and then I have lunch, do another bit of driving, then I do a workout. So I go to the gym, or I go cycling or running or whatever. I make dinner. I'm always cooking every day for everyone. And then we do a little bit more driving in the evening. And then I would say like the last 3-4 hours of the evening, I usually just chill around a bit, either playing some games with my mates on the PC, or we watch a movie or something here. And I would say that's most of the days, really.
But so it's like we know. I mean, I don't like the comparison, but it's like in a real esports team. Let's say it's not negative, but because they are like playing whatever, World of Warcraft, League of Legends, whatever it is, playing, having a break, doing something else, playing, coming back, and so you do exactly the same with sim racing there.
Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much how it goes. I mean, practice makes perfect, and we get the unlimited time to practice in sim racing, really. So the more you do, the more, like almost always, the more beneficial it's going to be. So it's always good fun here as well. I'm not doing it alone. That really helps. So I'm in the room here. Everyone's here now. So Dave's behind me. You can't really see him, but Mitchell and Josh are also around me. So having them around every day is such a huge boost as well. It stops things from getting bland and boring, because you're always chatting as well about different stuff than racing and all kinds of stuff. So it's always interesting.
How many people live in the room or in the house?
We're with 6 people right now, and then we have 4 full-time drivers. So that's going to be Dave, Josh, Mitchell, and myself.
It's crazy. It's crazy times, and I like it. I love it. I think we could talk hours about it, but as you say, the iconic Corvette right there, and with all the stuff, and with Philip also doing all the organization stuff for you guys and so on. So I mean, you guys, you and Team Redline and whoever is bringing that sim racing on another level, which I really like, and very much looking forward to having you guys here in DNLS with that iconic car as well from Lego Technic Design. Thank you very much, Mac, and I think everything is going to plan. As I see, you just did your I think 2 laps ago you did your mandatory pit stop. Or Dane did it. Now H2 Performance is in front of you, but 26 seconds, which is easy with a pit stop. So everything works to plan.
Yeah, thank you. I'm quite happy where we are right now. I'm going to get back in the car in about 2 laps and then drive until the end of the race. So I hope all goes well.
Thank you very much. Then I don't want to bother you anymore. Thank you very much for giving us these very, very cool insights into the Quanda Sim Racing House. And looking forward to maybe see you next time here, next season in DNLS, and crossing fingers for all your program in 2021.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Mac Backham from the Lego Technic Esports Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, currently running in 2nd position of the Cup 2 class, but as I said, having already done the mandatory 2nd pit stop and everything works to plan. That's Jamo Hadling from Schnitzel Allen Racing. We see in split screen there, right behind the Haupt Racing Team Heusingfeld car. Right at the moment in the car there is Mats Torge Hutzfeld sharing the car with Jan Zinkowski and Adam Christodoulou. That's the usual pairing, the regular pairing they have, but the Hadling, strong performance again here. And behind the Schnitzel Allen car, it's still the BMW Team Great Britain car with Dominik Steib. Everybody has to do, they all have to do their second pit stop, while Cora was in the pit lane already for the second time, and Haupt Racing Team AM Solution, but mainly Cora is interesting, having done their second pit stop. Most probably they have to come one more time into pit lane with their Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evolution. And that's once again the fight in SP10 for the first position. It's Pascal Stix for Core Sim Racing and Niels Benedikt for Team RSO. On board with Pascal Stix. And it looks like he is faster than Niels Benedikt in front of him, but he doesn't want to risk anything. The order right at the moment here in the race is the same order as we have in the championship. Team RSO, they are champions already. Second in the championship is Core Sim Racing. And so we are still on board with Pascal Stix. Let's see if Marius Golombek, usually he is taking over for the last stint once again. That's the main order they always do. While I see now in the timing screen, you can also follow that more cars coming into pit lane. So PS competition number 89 car from SP9 coming into pit lane now, as well as Schnitzel Alm, Jamo Hadling. So Danny Juncker-Dea told us he will take over the car once again for the last stint. So now that's gonna be interesting after the pit stops and maybe one or two laps are here. That's side by side Stix in the white and orange Porsche Cayman 718 Club Sport. But again, whoa. Stix there on the limit. But again, on the straight, the BMW has the advantage and just repassed the Porsche Cayman. Into carousel for both of them, and two different concepts of car, both running sure in SP10 class, while we see still fully concentrated Niels Benedikt in his rig. And there you can nicely see how it looks for them in his, again, single screen setup. So that's his view. And there's no movement of the car or whatever. So it's all up to your own eyes to see how the car behaves and not to feel how it behaves. The only feeling you have is, well, we see here Torge Hutzfeld in the infight around on the outside of Arenberg. There was Dominik Steib passing Mats Torge Hutzfeld. What a move by Dominik Steib. And now in the new third position, it's Team BMW Bank. So that's the order right at the moment. Manfilter Team HTP Winward is still leading in front of Team BMW Great Britain. Now here in second, Heusingfeld in HRT, Hauptracing Team Heusingfeld in third. Fourth position, Team BMW Bank. Fifth position, Core Sim Racing. Sixth, Schnitzelalm Racing BS Competition number 89 is in seventh. And in eighth position, Keep On Racing DE RN Vision STS. That's the name. And that's the top 8 of SP9 right at the moment. We see. Again, and still with number 55, BMW M4 GT3 car of BMW Team Great Britain. We are under 1 hour, 56 minutes, and we have Manfilter Team HTP number 48 still to pit. This car here, Team BMW Great Britain to pit, and Heusingfeld to pit, and BMW Bank. They all have to pit one more time, and one last time. That's what I want to say. One last time. Whoa, there. Or was Dominik Steib a little bit in struggle? Sometimes he had problems with his hardware, but in the end now, in DNLS, everything worked well because he is one of the top guys here as well. A very young guy with Williams Esports, so under contract with Williams Esports, and he is a very fast guy in sim racing. While we have here the standings of the Cup 2 class, Mac Backum and Dane Warren. We just had Mac in the interview. Lego Technic Esports team leading by 45 seconds in front of SimRC and H2 Performance. MRS GT Racing at Deutsche Payment in fourth position. In fifth is W&S E Motorsports by H2P. Sixth position, WS Racing Esports Red. Seventh is Team Nürburgring Esports. And in top 8 is Butler Pahl. But we have to say that Butler Pahl had a crash about 1 hour ago, 1.5, with a lapping car. So that's why also Usher is only in 13th position or out of the race. That's why they are, because they had that crash early before. Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing in 9th, 10th is Eifach Sim Racing Team, 11th Deutsche Payment at Race Union, and 12th is Rennwelten Pro Team. That's the current order, the standings in the Cup 2 class. We just wait for the final pit stops of the top 4, as I see it right. And while we wait for that, we go back to Nils Benedikt and Pascal Stix, still fighting for the first and second position. Team RSO in front of Coro Sim Racing, And behind there, 24 seconds already. Keep on racing Aaron Wishin still on the podium. Sim RC SP10 in fourth. In fifth position, it's Undici Scuderia. In sixth position is AMC Siegburg. Seventh is WS Racing Esports Black, and in eighth position is ERC powered by FSP TÜV Rheinland 2. That's the Undici Scuderia car in fifth position. AMC Siegburg, as mentioned, just going at 52 minutes to go through the standings, while we have VRA Racing in 9th, Schnitzel Racing Youngsters in 10th, Race Tech Performance 11th, 12th, EPS Race Rennsport Esports, and 13th position BS Competition. For BS Competition in SP10, the last two races, those were not the races they were hoping for. 14 laps behind, so means they are out of the race since lap number 2. While I see in my timing screen, just jumping back and forth, did Mannfilter, Haupt Racing Team, and BMW Team Great Britain, they are in the pit lane, and we see Schnitzel I'm coming here. They were in the pit lane. Dani Junkadea is the driver. So that's just jumping into SP9, because that's going to be very interesting. SimRC SP3T is the leader in SP3T class. Team Heusingfeld in second. Frozen Speed Full Send Racing in third. SimRC SP3T Pro Sim is in fourth position. That's the order right now. KB Motorsport, we had Chris Beam in an interview. They are in fifth right at the moment. That's the leader of Cup 2. That's Dane Warren. And that's Dane. And he is in the Kawanda house, as mentioned by Mac Backham, his teammate. We just had him in the interview a couple of minutes before. So that's Dane Warren, one of the top guys also in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. A little adjustment there on maybe brake balance, because more or less that's the only thing you can do in the 911 Cup car in the Porsche. So little adjustments here and there. And they are in front by 22 seconds, the guest starters, but there you can see their performance. And so that's why it's true why they are fighting in that world championship, let's call it like this, of the Porsche Cups. So they are very good in that special Lego Technic design. And just want to remind you that you can win one of two Porsche 911 RSR. Unfortunately, you have to build it by your own. They come in pieces, in exactly 1,580 pieces, and you have to build your own RSR. But I can remember myself how fun it was to build these with the Lego Technic stuff. So yeah, you can win that. How to do, and not too difficult. You have to post a picture of Lego Technic Esports Porsche, so of that car, and during the race with the hashtag Lego Technic Esports, and then guess who will win the race. So and I mean, when you can possibly win one of the Lego Technic Porsche 911 RSR. 48 minutes after the next lap, we should know correct standings, because then everything is clear and cleared, because everybody did their pit stops. I guess Kore most probably they have the they have to do a splash and dash in the end, maybe. But Mannfilter, they are leading. That's number 222, H2 Performance. That's second and third here with the Sim RC in the Cup 2 class. Here we have Kore, and then we have behind there we have BMW Team Great Britain. Sami Matti-Trogen is back behind the steering wheel after we saw Dominik Steib before. And so it is Mannfilter Team HTP Winward, Kore Sim Racing in second, and BMW Team Great Britain in third position. Behind there at Schnitzelalm, we saw just coming into the picture the green Mercedes AMG GT3 of Danny Juncker-Dea. There it is. So all these cars, they are within 10, 12 seconds. So that's there. It was the yellow car of Mannfilter. Then we have here the orange and white car of Kore. Then we have the BMW M4 GT3 of BMW Team Great Britain. And then the green AMG GT3 of Schnitzelalm. And all of them are in contention of the win of that final round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship. But that is very much interesting. Nobody really can save tires, can save fuel. They have to go flat out. A little advantage for Sami Matti-Trogen in the BMW, as he is in the slipstream and can maybe even save fuel and put a little more pressure onto the Kore Sim Racing car of Carl Jansson. But as we saw Jansson before in the split screen in his simulator, he doesn't look really stressed. So most probably he will not be super stressed, even though he has Sami Matti-Trogen behind him. Sami Matti-Trogen, he is in the BMW junior team. That's Jansson. As I say, he looks quite relaxed. Even bored. It looks like. I think it's because he knows what happens now. Because of slipstream, he has no chance. Breathing, shaking his head. Because no chance for him to keep the BMW behind him. And Trogen, as I said, he's in the Walkenhorst team, one of the drivers, doing also DNLS, so the real racing at the Nordschleife. So here we go. Last lap, Mannfilter 7:54.9. That's Sami Matti-Trogen. Triple screen setup. And 7:56 was the last lap time of Trogen, then 7:56 also of Jansson, 7:53 of Dani Juncadea, 3 seconds quicker. So there's the gap, only 4 seconds. So they are coming very much close together. And you shouldn't miss that in now the last 42 minutes. So here we go. Trogen is gaining step by step, but also Timo Sunninen, he is the driver of the Mannfilter car, leading currently the race. The M Sport World Rally Championship driver. So he is the one in the yellow car, Mannfilter Team HTP Winward. So he has to find his rhythm and his way to keep most probably Sami-Matti Trogen behind him. And there was a massive off the Cup Porsche, the 911 Cup car. And that was a close call for Sami-Matti Trogen there to not crash into that car. We go into Adenauer Forst. And it looks like that Jansson cannot follow the speed of Trogen. While we see here, that's in the yellow car. That's Timo Sunninen. And behind there, here, that's Trogen. So it doesn't take too long until he is right behind the yellow Mamba. And then it's time for Sunninen to defend and to keep the BMW Team Great Britain driver behind him. But I think a World Rally Championship driver, he knows how to defend. So I think he knows how to make a car even wider than it is. And that will be the fight now for the the win. While I see here, I always checking my second screen, a crash most probably, because he's just back in pit lane of Rainer Talvar. So Rainer Talvar is the teammate of Laurin Heinrich in the BS competition car, and most probably he had a crash and set him back to pit lane. But while we check that, we have another guest for the last couple of minutes back in here, and maybe he can give us an update to that. Welcome, Bruno Spengler. Bruno is sharing the car, the Team BMW Bank car, together with Kai Kaschube, currently sitting in 6th position. Bruno, so how is it going so far?
Yeah, thank you. Well, we have a bit of an up and down race. We got this penalty, this drive-through penalty at the start of the race because during qualifying, guy went into the pits through the Nordschleife, which is not allowed actually. But to be very honest, I think I would have done the same as he did because I didn't have that in the back of my mind at the moment it happened. So it was a bit a hard penalty, let's say a tough penalty to get a drive-through in the race for that. But anyway, that's how it is. So we took the drive-through. We're quite far behind, and now we are catching up. I mean, I just finished my stint, did 8 laps. Now Kai is doing an awesome job. We are just behind P5, so if everything goes well, I think we can finish P5, which would be, considering the penalty, it would be an awesome result, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering in the beginning why you do that early pit stop because I didn't have the info that you had the drive-through penalty, but now it makes sense, sure, that you were in pit lane so early, and we also just see the car of Kai running right behind the Haupt Racing Team Heusingfeld car. So Kai is pushing hard. I mean, you will follow that for sure in your simulator, Rick, and. So, Bruno, you are one of the guys since day one in DNLS. How do you think? How did the DNLS proceed? How did they progress from season 1 until now?
Well, to be honest, I think a couple of rules have been improving massively. For example, allowing people to decide who qualifies, allowing people to decide who does the start, also allowing people to decide if they want to double stint the tires, which is very good because it gives flexibility, and at the end you find out that it does some very nice battles due to that. So I think that's very good that people have been flexible to try and improve the championship, changing the rules, improving them. So that's awesome. I think we're all happy about that, as well as myself and all the other guys racing. So I mean, as drivers, as real world drivers and as sim racers, we love racing in that championship. It's a tough track, it's a tough race, but we just like it. So we're looking forward to the next one. A little downside is today is the BOP we got. I had to mention because we lost 2% of power for this race to compare to the other races. So I mean, compared to Mercedes, who is flat out, we are really struggling. It's a bit of a tough fight for us. But that's how it is today. We're trying to do the best we can with what we have, and at the end, we'll see where we end up. But still, congrats to the guys at DNLS for organizing this. We really like it as racing drivers, and we're looking forward for the next championship, honestly.
While you were talking, we just saw that Kai passed the Heusingfeld car. So he just passed Adam Grisodulu for now 5th position. And just to update everybody out there, I followed on the second screen that we had a quick change of first position while Team Great Britain, BMW Great Britain, passed the Mannfilter team, but then some troubles for that guy here in BMW Team Great Britain for Sami Matti-Trogen, and now he's only in 4th position. So we have Mannfilter, Kore, Schnitzelalm in 3rd, Great Britain team, BMW Team Great Britain in 4th, and in 5th is your team, Bruno. So maybe there's even more possible because fights are still on, and I mean we have 34 minutes to go. But can you give us, because it's in your team, can you give us an update what happened to Rainer Talva? Because I just saw that he crashed or something and they are not in contention anymore.
So I saw it as I was talking to you. So I don't know what happened to him. As I said, I just saw it as I was talking to you. So I'm not in contact with the other guys at the same time as I am with you. So I will go after and ask them, but I don't know what happened to him. It's a shame that they are out of the race. Would have been good to have another car in the top 5 here.
Yeah, and while you were explaining that, we just saw the replay what happened to Sami Matti-Trogen, because there was a contact between Timo Sunninen, the World Rally Championship driver, and the Williams Esport guy, the sim racing pro, in Mercedes Arena. And So I think Race Control will have a look on that because the Trogen was already passing soon in. But yeah, it makes it even more interesting, even for you, Bruno. But tell us, Bruno, what is your program besides sim racing? I know you going to the US, and maybe do we see Bruno Spengler back in DTM?
I don't know that yet, if I will go back to DTM or not. And but for sure, you know, DTM has been always a great championship, and I'm really grateful that I have been there all these years, and I think I experienced kind of the best years of the DTM, so very happy and very proud of that. Let's see what comes in the future. I think the DTM is on an amazing path with all these GT3 teams coming in, manufacturers coming, and good drivers, and so it looks like it's going to be really an amazing championship. Let's see what comes up for me. At the moment there's no plans direction to DTM, but you never know what's coming in the future. At the moment for me the focus is to race the IMSA Endurance Championship plus the Italian GT3 Endurance Championship plus some development of the new M4 GT3 car for BMW, and then we'll see what comes on top of that.
So I just heard from Martin Tomczyk you started with the development now finally on the real racetrack, while the car, the M4 GT3, is already running a couple of months already here in iRacing. So you are one of the development drivers. You just said, how does such a program work together? Because we heard from BMW that you will, or not you, but BMW will try to develop the car in both, in sim racing and in real racing.
Yeah, I mean, I think, for example, in real racing, I did my first test with the new M4 GT3 last year in November, and that was an awesome drive. It was a very good 2 days of testing. BMW did a great job developing the car. There's still a lot of work to do because it's a young car, you know, so there's still quite some work to do. It's a very, very young car, and we still have some time in front of us. But it's, as a racing driver, super interesting, super challenging to do this kind of development with a brand like BMW. And on the other side, there is also definitely on the sim, on iRacing, because this is still a prototype on iRacing, as it is called. So there's still some work to do, where I am in collaboration also with the iRacing people a little bit to help and give my feedback until the car, like the finished product, comes out. Also, there's still a lot of work, but it's already a great car on iRacing, as we can see.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a strange it was still a strange situation having the car already racing here and not in real racing, but that's how sim racing develops. And yeah, thank you very much, Bruno, to give us the insights as we go in about 1 minute into a short break, a commercial break, before we head back for the final couple of minutes. Bruno, thank you for taking the time, and crossing fingers for you, because as we just saw, everything is different now. Schnitzelarm is racing. Schnitzelarm Racing is leading. Chorus Sim Racing is second. Manfred is third, but they have to change position with BMW Team Great Britain, and you are in fifth. So everything can happen. Thank you very much again, Bruno, for taking the time, and crossing fingers for you, and hopefully see you in many sim racing races, and true in real racing as well.
Yeah, thank you. See you. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And we are going into, as mentioned, a little commercial break in a couple of seconds to be refreshed and relaxed for the final stages. I just mentioned Schnitzelarm is leading now in front of Core and Manfilter and Team Great Britain. They have to change position, we see here, but everything is exciting. So excitement is racing, and we are back in a couple of seconds, and with all the action. So stay tuned. It's 23 minutes to go, and it's the final round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship presented by Goodyear, and it's the Lego Technic 3-hour race. What we see is a very strong Timo Sunninen, World Rally Championship driver in the Manfilter HTP Winward car, the yellow Mamba. He just passed the Core Sim Racing Lamborghini Huracan GT3, and now we have Manfilter back in third position as they had to change position after the incident they had in Mercedes Arena with BMW Team Great Britain. Schnitzelalm still in front. Dani Juncadella, for almost 5 seconds is the gap to the BMW M4 GT3, and so Juncadella in front of Sami Matti-Trogen. Behind, that's Timo Sunninen in that car here. First appearance of Timo Sunninen, but a strong performance he's showing. While helicopter goes to a Lonesome Rider. Lonesome Rider with a 4.3 seconds gap in front of the BMW. And we just had Dani Juncadella in the interview, and that is his teammate. And that is Masa Macevic. He is not able to drive. That's why Juncadella is the driver. But I say they are teammates because they are kind of. While what happened to Lego Technic Team Esports? Mac Backham, only 0.6 of a second gap in Cup 2. We are here now in SP10. It's only 0.2 of a second gap between first and second position. What happened in the commercial break? Now every class is so close together, and now Golombek makes the move on Carstensen. But we know the BMW is very fast on the Dutch. Here we see the BMW comes back. Side by side they go to Antonius Buche. Side by side still. Golombek on the left hand side from our view. Better line for him. And then he just touched the inner curb, and that's the crash between both of them. They can continue, but hard impact both they had at the Hohenrhein chicane. Golombek touched the inside curb, and then he couldn't avoid the contact to Carstensen, but Carstensen's car doesn't look good. Carstensen's car is not going straight ahead anymore. And that's Golombek. That is Marius Golombek talking to his team now. And they were side by side, both of them. Nobody really want to step back. And so in the end, unfortunately, they crashed. So that is going to be very interesting between Core Sim Racing here in the name of Marius Golombek, second position. And in front of him, that is Carstensen in the Team RSO BMW M4 GT4. And that's the replay. Both were side by side. Nobody really wants to step back, and that was the mistake by Golombek. Golombek too much on the inside of that right kink, so he touched the curb on the inside, and then after touching the curb on the right hand side, he was just passenger, and then making contact with Carstensen, and both of them spun. It looked like the harder impact, and as you see, there's almost only half of the rear end still left at the BMW. The harder impact was for Carstensen. That's lapping the ERC Lamborghini Huracan. Just lapping the leader in SP10. But maybe we can also find out what happened to the Porsche eSports guys, because they had a gap of more than 20 seconds. And now it went down to 0.6 of a second. And we are on board with Marius Golombek. Now still in second position. But you see, while he's going through the green hell here, the car is not behaving as he's used to it. So I think the impact was a little bit harder than I expected. And so now they are split once again by 2.5 seconds. So that's gonna be very interesting here. And again, Golombek very hard on the curbs. So you can see he's pushing like hell. And maybe the car is also not in the shape he is wishing for. And having a look to the other classes, SP3T, everything looks quite settled. So when I have a look into this timing screen, so that's the close fight here. And it's gonna be interesting what will happen in SP9 as well. That's the current standings. Schnitzelarm still 3.8 seconds ahead of BMW Team Great Britain. Manfilter Team HTP Winward in third position. Corson Racing in fourth. Team BMW Bank in fifth. Sixth for Haupt Racing. Team Heusingfeld, H&R Team 5-star in 7th, 8th Keep On Racing, RN Vision, Haupt Racing Team AM Solution in 9th, and in 10th position Nimas Racecars Esports. That's the view onto the carousel in sunset. We see the leader passing through the carousel. There we have Dani Juncadella. Now also in the sandwich of here, Carstensen, Juncadella, and then Golombek. Again, Golombek is pushing. Golombek, I can tell he is pushing very much to maybe get Carstensen. That is Niels Carstensen. It's the driver of the Team RSO 397 car, BMW M4 GT4. 14 minutes, under 14 minutes to go. So it's about 2 laps to go still. So the rest of this lap and then 2 more. And then we know who will be the winners of the final round of the DNLS in this year's season. That is on board again with Niels Carstensen, and you can see. No, that's the on board from another car, because no, that's Carstensen, and Suninen is passing. And here comes Golombek, checking all his monitors, all his screens to know exactly if he is gaining or losing to the car of Team RSO. Niels Carstensen now quick chat to his team. Look at the steering wheel. Look at that steering wheel. So now we know why he is not, or he cannot push like he could do, because that car is not in a shape. The impact didn't look so bad for him, but maybe it was on the wrongest position. Maybe straight onto the suspension, and maybe something broke. That was the curb. He touched too much on the inside, and here was the impact he had. Look, when he turns to the right, the steering wheel is almost straight. Here, now he goes straight. Also tire wear, I mean, for the last 2 laps from now, it doesn't make too much effect, but driving that car is not very easy. But I think Carstensen's car looks almost the same, because when he was on the start and finish straight, it looked to me like the car is also not going straight ahead anymore. So that was all because of the incident both had at Hohenrhein chicane 2 laps ago. It wasn't the year for Marius Golombek and Pascal Stix. It was kind of a roller coaster they had with good results and bad results, like races they have now. So that's why in the end they made it to second in the championship. But here again, the Beckham had a gap of about 2 seconds already, or 1.5 seconds after we switched back. Now it's again only 0.2 of a second. Just to keep in mind, they were 20 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, and now it's only 0.2 of a second. And we have Thomas Asmussen. We have Thomas Asmussen right at the bumper. So that's Mac Beckham in the Coanda house. Fully concentrated. And he is the car. The car is the Lego Technic car, the partner of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship. And that's why they have that special design guest starters here in the grid. Mac Backum, that's the driver in split screen. That's the driver of the leading Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car here we see. And behind there it's Thomas Asmussen for the H2 Performance SRT crew. And they are only 0.2 of a second behind. Seventh and eighth position, H&R team by 5-star. In front of keeponrnvision.de. RNvision STS, that's the BMW of Valisios Beliziotis, sharing the car with Jan Maszalkowski. Here they are, 7th and 8th position. 7 minutes to go. And as the leader, Dani Juncadea is at the area of Bergwerk, Kesselchen. It will be one more lap to go. So this lap and then one more to go. And then we know who will win the final round of the season. Once again, it's going to be interesting in the Deutsche Payment classification as Ascher Racing leading that classification with 21 points, and Team RSO 397 is 6 points behind. But I mean, it's a bigger calculation to go, because it's counting the fastest lap time, the less incidents, etc. So, but that's gonna be interesting, as Ascher had that early crash in halfway through the race. Otherwise, once again, also to remind everybody, the championships are decided. All the championships in the different categories, they are decided already, or have been decided in the last race in DNLS 4. Here they go. Once again, that's the 7th and 8th position. We see the rear bumper, the rear end of H&R team by 5-star. Christian Andreas Franz. And 5 minutes and 15 seconds. In this year's season, while now Beliziotis just show himself in the back mirror of Franz. So he wants to have that 7th position. He's pushing for that 7th position right at the moment. That's again the view to the carousel, and a mistake there by Christian Andreas Franz. But Beliziotis was too far behind, so he couldn't make any move, he couldn't pass. But still he's close, and it looks like he can go quicker. But as one said, getting closer is the one part, but passing is the other part. And now the only chance for him is to stay close behind Franz and then give it a try at the Döttinger Höhe, because out of the slipstream at Antonius Buche, then maybe he can try to attack for the 7th position. In front, Dani Juncadella, to update you, also in SP9. He is almost finished the Grand Prix circuit, and so that is his last lap. And there's the mistake. Christian Andreas Franz with the mistake he made at Schwalbenschwanz, or Little Carousel, how you want to name it. And that was an easy call for Beleziotis. So now Beleziotis in 7th position, and only in 8th, that is Christian Andreas Franz. So everything seems to be settled again, while having a look in the different classes. Here is the mistake. That's the replay. Little impact there. Just went too fast into Schwalbenschwanz and then lost the rear end. So half a spin, and then I could easily continue driving. Just lost that one position. So update before we come to BMW Team Great Britain here. Update on Cup 2. Lego Technic Team Esports is again far ahead now, again 35 seconds, as H2 Performance didn't have done their pit stop. That was the reason for that close call, and all the rest is settled, so that's why we can fully concentrate on this one here, because Sami Matti Trogen could, and you see, you can see Juncadella could close the gap. It was over 4 seconds, and now it's only 2.3 seconds. Sami Matti Trogen is behind Dani Juncadella. So Dani Juncadella needs to have at least 1 or 2 more views into the mirror to check what happens to that guy here, to Sami Matti Trogen. Time is running down, 30 seconds. So there will be, I guess, one chance, and that chance is called Döttinger Höhe. Sami Matti Trogen for BMW Team Great Britain has to close the gap. That is him. That is Trogen. And he's fighting. Counter steering there at Exmühle. So he knows about his chances. He knows about it. But can he close the gap far enough to maybe get out of the slipstream at the Döttinger Höhe and can go for the victory at Antonius Buche Hohenrheinschicke? That's the question. He looks relaxed. It would be interesting, but I think he doesn't have a camera, how Dani Juncadella looks at the moment. Because he should be more stressed. Here's Juncadella, and that is Sami Matti Trogen. Steilstrecke Carousel. Now we go, as I say, into the more technical part of the track. You really have to find your flow. Here, Hohe Acht, and now all the way down to Brünnchen. So, but that looks good for Trogen. 2 seconds. So again, he gained another couple of tenths. 1.9. It's getting close. It's getting very, very close between both of them. Can Dani Juncadella, can he keep Sami Matti Trogen for BMW Team Great Britain behind him or not? Here we have him. That is Daniel Juncadella. It looks strange to see Daniel because everybody calls him and he calls himself only Danny. Danny Juncadella now going into Schwalbenschwanz. He can see some cars for lapping. As a driver, you always wish for just that they start hiding, because that's always one factor of losing time, or most probably using time. Here they go. It's a GT4 car. No, it was a RS3 LMS. Here they go. Trogen, slipstream number 1. Now, is he close enough? Is he close enough? We know that the BMW has enough power to get this gap closed. Is he close enough? It doesn't look like. It doesn't look that Sami Matti Trogen is close enough behind Dani Juncadella. No. They went through Antoniusbuche, now Hohenrhein chicane. If Juncadella doesn't do any mistake, it's a victory for Schnitzel Alm Racing. And here they come. Schnitzel Alm Racing with their victory in DNLS number 5. Dani Juncadella and Jamo Hertling. They won the final round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship ahead of Sami Matti Trogen and Dominik Steil for BMW Team Great Britain. And then we have Manfilter Team HTP Winward Jack Sedgwick and Timo Suninen. These are the drivers there, and together with Alexei Iloma. What a race! What a race it was. Again, huge excitement. They've shown us in the final race. So, as we are used to from the Nürburgring Endurance Championship presented by Goodyear. Also, the Lego Technic 3-hour race was as we wished, with 3 hours of action, overtakes, and until the very last second, excitement. Now, as everybody is going into pit lane and crossing the line, we see Team RSO 397. It's Carstensen. He can still bring the car to the finish line and can bring home the victory for Team RSO. Here they go. So it's another victory for Team RSO, and again, congratulations to the championship. Second is Golombek and Stix for Core Sim Racing. And we just wait for the last cars coming into pit lane. If you can see that in split screen, the cars crossing pit lane, the finish line, and I'm just a little bit confused. That's why it was a little bit silent, because I'm checking again on the second screen the car of Schnitzelalm. They stopped on the track. Schnitzelalm car stopped on the track. And they are... now we wait for them. Hopefully they can go into pit lane. And we just got the information. So Schnitzelalm, thank you very much into the production room. Schnitzelalm ran out of fuel. So they ran out of fuel, and they could not go back to pit lane. So they do not get any points. They get 0 points, but they still win the race. So they won the race. They are first. But they do not get any points. But I think the victory is good enough also for them. But again, what a race! Even after checkered flag, here again, fifth and sixth position. Low grip racing, a crash in the last, a crash and a touch, a contact between KB and low grip. What, guys, what are you doing? Here they go. KB in their first appearance in 6th position. And that's the leader in Cup 2. That's Mac Backham together with Dan Warren for Lego Technic Esports team. They're gonna win in their first appearance here as guest starters in the Cup 2 class. And that's Mac Backham. So he's relaxed. He looks relaxed in his sim racing house, chatting with his teammates, having fun. Okay, I'm just besides having a look on the on the stream checking because the car of Schnitzelalm is getting pushed back by Nürburgring Esports Lounge or Nürburgring Esports, and I'm just organizing some interview partners here as well. So it looks funny, and you know, I'm a typical man. So I can do so too many things at once. But that's the winner of Cup 2. Mac Backham now crossing the line, winning in Lego Technic design, having a zip out of his bottle. And that should be everyone almost in pit lane or over the line. And that is Niels Carsten, winner in SP10. And that's the sunset over Nürburgring Nordschleife. The results in the DNLS presented by Goodyear. Schnitzelalm Racing wins with Danny Juncadella and Jamo Hadling in front of BMW Team Great Britain, Sami Matti Drogen and Dominik Steib. Mannfilter Team HTP Winward, Jack Sedgwick, Alexi Iloma and Timo Suninen in third position. Team BMW Bank, Kai Kaschuba and Bruno Spengler in fourth position in front of Core Sim Racing, Karl Jansson and Sindre Setzers. Then we have Haupt Racing Team Hoisingfeld, Jan Sendkowski, Mats Toge-Hutzfeld and Adam Christodoulou. Keep on Racing, the ER and Vision STS, Beleziotis and Maszakowski in 7th, 8th, H&R Team by 5-star, Christian Andreas Fritz and Franz and Fritz in 8th position. In 9th position, Haupt Racing Team AM Solutions, Adam Christodoulou and Florian Denzler, and Butler Pal Motorsport, Philpott and Reipen in 10th. In 11th, Nimas Race Cars Esports with Nimas and Rau. 12th, Race Tech Performance Black, Geisler and Trinkhut. BS Competition, after their accident, they had Heinrich and Talva only in 13th position. Haupt Racing Team Bildstein, Bastian and Giusa in 14th. They won't be happy as well. M&J Performance by Promotion, Rhein and Kindler, not Böckmann and Springop. So they had a replacement also here. In 15th position, 16th position, ERC powered by FSP TÜV Rheinland, Muntermann, Pfeiffer, Hellerich. 17th, Mahle Racing Team, Horsten and Hawkins. BS Competition number 90, Koch in 18th position after an incident. And 19th position, Lucy Drifts in his Mannfilter Team HTP Winward car. That's the SP9. And in Cup 2, as mentioned, Lego Technic Esports Team Mac Backham and Dane Warren. H2 Performance SR2 in second, Thomas Asmussen and Lippert. Third position, MRS GT Racing at Deutsche Payment, Marvin Otterbach, Florian Bodin. Fourth, Sim RC, Osterkamp and Hermann. Fifth, W and SE Motorsports by H2P, Wernstedt and Hartrampf. WS Racing Esports Red, Lang Ehlen. Seventh, Team Nürburgring Esports, Mark Henrizi and Sebastian Fiedelak, and also the Mark Henrizi with his second account. 8th position, Butler Pal Motorsport, Jano Buschmann. 9th position, Eibach Sim Racing Team, Alpert and Noller. 10th position is Deutsche Payment by Race Union, Schleifer, Autumn and Mark Henrizi. 11th, Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing, Barnes, Wolf, Babsch. 12th, Rennwelt Pro Team, Ibrahimi, Höcke. And 13th, Ascher Racing with Martin Ascher himself. That is Cup 2, and coming to SP10, Team RSO, Carstensen and Benedikt, Chorus Sim Racing, Golombek and Stix, Keep on Racing, Arlen Wish and STS, Brock and Dehn, Sim RC, Valentini and Schoger, Undici Scuderia, Weibel and Lunkau, AMC Siegburg, Wegner, Hakes, Hackes Schulz, WS Racing Esports Black, Schickhuber Obermann, ERC powered by FSP TÜV Rheinland, Ziefle Klose Baudach, VRA Racing Kelly McCann, and Schnitzel Alm Racing Youngsters Voss and Kolb in 10th position. 11th position for Race Tech Performance, Poyer and Petersen. 12 EPS Rennsport Esports, Ritter, and BS Competition, Sepanen in 13th. Last but not least, SP3T. We have Sim RC, Luding and Frank once again. Team Heusingfeld, Kubinci and T. Frozen Speed, Full Send, Ledger, Bohl. Sim RC, Strehl. Low Grip Racing, Scheller, Schmitz. KB Motorsport, Kring and Behm. And Power Team Racing, Team Red, Wegmann and Flesser. That's the results in the all the different classes. And we will have a quick chat to one of the winners, as we had Danny Junkerdaya already in the interview. Jamo Hedling, congratulations! What a fantastic result you achieved together with Danny.
Yes, I'm speechless. This is the first big race what I win, and I don't know what I say.
Yeah, I mean, great performance you guys did. I mean, it's great. You had a late call with Danny coming into the team, as Marcel couldn't do the race, and now you're on the top of the podium. I mean, that is a very good sign for the next season, isn't it?
Yes. It's yeah. This is I can only say this is unbelievable. This season was very, very good. We give our best to drive all races with the best performance. And this is the last race. The last result is unbelievable. This is the only thing what I can say.
One more thing you have to tell us. What did you thought when you saw Danny in the last lap? The gap was getting closer and closer and closer, and in the end it was not even 1 second. What did you thought?
Yeah, I only crossed my fingers for him, for all of my team to win the race. This is, I think everybody can understand that. This is a feeling that is, unbelievable.
Jamo, I think that is so cool to see or to hear what that victory means to you. So congratulations once again to you and to
Thank you.
to Danny as well. Also to Marcel and the whole Schnitzelalm crew. Perfect job to you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Jamo Hedling from the Schnitzelalm crew. And you see, just speechless about that victory. And I want, and I see there is another guy here, as we had Mac Beckham already during the race. Let's speak to Dane Warren. The teammate of Mac. Congratulations, Dane, to your win together with Mac, guest appearance, and then straight into or onto the top of the podium.
Yeah, well, what can I say? It's obviously great to be here on the Great Nordschleife. Was quite tough, as I think you would have seen at times. I had a few moments, but yeah, it was really good to pair up with Mac and get a win under our belt, really, and even better to do so in the Lego car.
And now, as you are concentrating for sure on the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, but maybe that makes a little bit makes you more excited about the DNLS. Maybe we can see you in the next season with a couple of more appearances here.
I think you might, because I'm not going to lie, I actually really enjoyed tonight. Not often do we get to sort of drive this track in endurances, at least not myself. So to come back next season and do it a bit more, I think I definitely wouldn't complain about that.
Thank you very much, Dane, for that performance, and especially for that delivery you presented us. You both of you and the whole Lego Technic esports team. Thank you very much for being guests and showing your performance. And congratulations once again to the win.
Yep, thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you very much. That was Dane Warren, the second driver of the Lego Technic esports team. And I'm just double checking if Jürgen Frank is still there, because they won once again the SP3T, but I think almost everybody left in here, unfortunately. So I'm just checking, but no, unfortunately everybody has left. So that's it for me. I'm a little bit I'm a little bit unhappy, to be honest, that unfortunately the season comes to an end. We had 5 action-packed full starting grid races in DNLS, in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship presented by Goodyear. And you were always viewers. You watched the stream all the time. Thank you for that. And we are very much looking forward to next season. Now it comes to the real world. That view we hopefully can see for the next couple of months in the real world before it comes back to the virtual world in the end of the year. So thank you very much, every one of you. Thank you, everybody in production, for that a couple of weeks and months. We were full of excitement, full of hard racing and nice racing, and that's what you should mark in deep red in your calendar. The 27th of November is the first race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Championship before we head over to December, January, February, and March. So that will be the season of the next season of DNLS. So mark all that dates. It's just 5, but 5 very important dates in your calendar, and we are very much looking forward to have you back here and have you back also for the streams of the NLS here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So thank you very much for your season, for your attention always here in the stream, and hope to see you guys soon, and the latest in November. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, and bye bye.